हेलो। 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 हेलो।
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the International Seminar on Construction Law that is titled Forewarned is Forearmed, Construction Dispute Avoidance and Resolution, organized by the Civil Engineering Department at NED University of Engineering and Technology, Institute of Engineers Pakistan, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and Asian Civil Engineering Coordinating Council, and supported by HKA Consultant. My name is Dr. Ariba Sayed. I am an assistant professor at the Civil Engineering Department. I would especially like to welcome our esteemed guest, Professor Dr. Asadur Rahman Khan, Dean Civil and Petroleum Engineering, Barrister Engineer Mia Shiraz Sahab, and our speaker, Barrister Engineer Nasir Khan Sahab, and Dr. Farooq Arif, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, NED University. Before we start, I would like to request Mr. Fawad Masood to recite a few verses from the Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لو أنزلنا هذا القرآن على جبل خاشعا لرأيته خاشعا متصدعا من خشية الله وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس لعلهم يتفكرون والله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة والرحمن الرحيم هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم صدق الله العظيم. Now the English translation. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Had we sent down this Quran upon a mountain, you would have certainly seen it humbled and torn apart in awe of Allah. We set forth such comparisons for people so perhaps they may reflect. He is Allah, there is no God worthy of worship except Him, knower of the seen and unseen. He is the compassionate, He is the most compassionate, most merciful. He is Allah, there is no God except Him, the King, the Most Holy, the All Perfect, the Source of Serenity, the Watcher of all, the Almighty, the Supreme in might, the Majestic. Glorified is Allah, far above what they associate with Him in worship. He is Allah, the Creator, the Inventor, the Shaper. He alone has the most beautiful names. Whatever is in the heavens and the earth constantly glorifies Him, and He is Almighty, All-Wise. Now the Urdu translation. शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से जो बड़ा मेहरबान और निहायत रहम वाला है। अगर नाजिल करते हम ये कुरान किसी पहाड़ पर तो तुम जरूर देखते इसको कि दबा जाता है, फटा पड़ता है अल्लाह के खौफ से। और ये मिसालें बयान करते हैं हम लोगों के लिए ताकि वो गौर व फिक्र करें। वो अल्लाह वही है कि नहीं माबूद सिवाय जिसके, जानने वाला पोशीदा और जाहिर का। वो है बहुत मेहरबान नहायत रहम वाला। वो अल्लाह वही है कि नहीं कोई माबूद सिवाय जिसके, बादशाह हकीकी मुकद्दस सलामती वाला, अमन देने वाला, निगहबान, गालिब, जबरदस्त बड़ाई वाला। पाक है अल्लाह उससे जो शिरक करते हैं ये। वो अल्लाह है खालिक, इजाद करने वाला, सूरतें बनाने वाला। उसके नाम है सब अच्छे। तस्बीह करती रहती है उसकी जो कुछ है आसमानों में और जमीन में। और वो है गालिब हिकमत वाला। सदक़ल्लाहुल।
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request you to rise for the national anthem. Now I would humbly request Professor Dr. Syed Asadur Rahman Khan, Dean, Civil and Petroleum Engineering, to present the welcome note.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mia Shira Saab, Chair, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Pakistan. Nasir Khan Saab, Asim Murtaza Saab, Chairperson, Anidin Association, and faculty members and participants. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to this international seminar on Forewarned and Forearmed, and it is basically the construction disputes avoidance and resolution. And indeed, this is something which is needed, and as an engineers, we know that we are not trained for it. And even when an engineer graduates, normally we are not trained for these type of things. We only learn it with the passage of the time. And when we grow as a managers and we grow into the positions, then we start to realize that these things are important. And Department of Civil Engineering, realizing these things, basically started a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, which is with the specialization of construction engineering, where we started to look at these things at the undergraduate level. And the graduates from that program were very well received in the market. And later on, then realizing the things, then again we take the lead and we started a program of construction engineering law. I think that was way back in 2020. And we already have one batch graduated from there, and definitely it's a very good popular program. And recently we are just in the process of launching it internationally to have the international students as well, maybe joining online or coming in person over here. So this is just in that line, and I think this is a very much needed type of things, and we will be continuing on these things. So I would like to welcome you all and wish a good participation in the seminar.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor for the technical session, Barrister Engineer Mia Shiraz Javed, Pakistan Branch Chair at CIARB, to share his address. Please, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Professor Asadur Rahman Khan sir, my fellow engineers, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today not just as the chair of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Pakistan branch, but as a fellow civil engineer. Our paths have converged on this promising occasion as we, the Pakistan branch, is entering into a memorandum of understanding with the esteemed NED University, Karachi. As a civil engineer turned barrister, I am well acquainted with the complexities and unique challenges that the construction and engineering sector faces. The litmus test for the prosperity of any country is based on the development, on the type and size of the development of that region. Construction industry is the backbone of the economy for any country. And the first world countries have developed mechanisms not to just finish the projects in time, but also by using the technology, they are progressing in a much faster way. In the dynamic and complex world of engineering, particularly with the construction industry, disputes are not uncommon. These disputes can arise from a number of factors such as delays, cost overruns, design issues, contractual disagreements, or change in project shape. The traditional litigation process to resolve these disputes can often be time-consuming and damaging to the project schedule in place. This is particularly where alternative dispute resolution comes into play. ADR encompasses a trinity of mechanisms such as arbitration, mediation, adjudication, which is most prominent for construction disputes and offer a more efficient, cost-effective, harmonious approach when it comes to resolving conflicts. Engineers with their technical expertise, problem-solving skills, and insights into the complexities of construction disputes are well positioned to leverage these ADR mechanisms into construction projects. Such prior background knowledge allows engineers to dissect the legal and contractual aspects of the projects, thereby identifying potential issues earlier in the project schedule and hence preempt disputes, negotiate effectively, contribute constructively to the resolution of disputes. If we give you an example of like American Bar Association in their recent report, they says that the North America has decreased their construction disputes timeline from 24 months to 14 months between 2017 to 2020, only because of incorporating ADR methodologies in their construction industry. If we talk about Pakistan, unfortunately, it's a very lengthy process between 5 to 15 years to resolve a dispute. And in construction industry, we say the financial bloodline should not be stopped. The contractor should be paid on time so that the project can be completed well in time, on time, so that we can get the fruits and the results coming out of that project. The CIR Pakistan branch truly looks forward to the collaborative relationship we can culminate with NED through this MOU. If I briefly recap, it's been just 2 years that we have started our operations in Pakistan. Last year, in 2022, we trained 50 internationally accredited mediators in collaboration with the Honorable Islamabad High Court and Federal Judicial Academy, who are now appointed as the first sector of neutrals with the Islamabad High Court. This year, 2023, we have trained 40 practitioners as arbitrators. We have also conducted an accelerated route to fellowship program. And in 2024, we plan to introduce highly requested mediation trainings, which is more relevant with construction along with adjudication. The branch congratulates NED for introducing master's program in construction law, which marks a significant step towards bridging the gap between engineering and law. This was very much needed. Construction sector, which is the biggest sector of Pakistan, we are not yet recognized as a legitimate industry. We don't have specific laws that governs the construction sector. And I hope by this initiative, in times to come, we will be having that pool of experts who will eventually become that voice to bring the relevant laws for the smoothness of construction projects in Pakistan. Just to give you, we look forward to paving a path for future engineers, where engineers are not just builders of the infrastructure, but also architects of expeditious and efficient resolution in construction industry. And just to remind you, to my audience, the most trained arbitrators in the world are engineers, are from the construction industry. They are not lawyers. And construction industry, and I personally promote engineers. It's your role. For some reason in Pakistan, we were unable to bring up the engineers to come down for the alternative dispute resolution. And I think it's not just a career path. It's way better. Just like Dr. Saab said, when we move on to a certain level of expertise for managerial and supervisory level, it's only then when we start negotiating contracts and we realize we need to have some sort of legal background. But at this point of time, if having a master's degree and building up a career in construction law, I think this is going to be something which you will cherish after a few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for a series of technical presentations. The first technical presentation is by Barrister Engineer Nasir Khan Sahab. Nasir Sahab is a principal at HKA within the EMEA Construction, Claims and Expert Services based out of London. He's a civil engineer alum at the Kennedy University with advanced career in commercial, procurement, construction law claims, advisory, and dispute resolution. Mr. Nasir is the current chair of the UK Construction Industry Council, Liability Panel, and the founding director and vice chair of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Pakistan branch. He co-founded Muslims in Rail, a community interest company. Moreover, he sits on various charitable advisory boards and has the honor of being awarded an MBE for his services towards equality, diversity, and inclusion by Her late Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II. The topic of his presentation today is Forewarned is Forearmed, Anticipating Challenges and Mitigating Risks. Sir, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to be back here after almost 20 years. I attended the centenary celebrations earlier this year as well. To be back here in this corridor, I'm sure you will understand I have an emotional feeling and some goosebumps as well. So thank you for having me. Now, before I start, I really want to congratulate and thank you, Dr. Farooq, Dr. Asad, Professor, for having us, for arranging this. And Shiraz has already mentioned how amazing it is to see programs such as bachelor's in civil engineering with construction engineering added on, and then to see the engineering law masters. So both Shiraz and I actually did construction law masters from King's College about 10 years ago. And to see same program being built here in Pakistan is absolutely amazing and essential for our industry. Now, when I start, and as you can see, the session is Forewarned is Forearmed. It's a bit mouthful, but the whole perspective is when we go out on the road, the first thing when we are driving a car is taught, don't just drive yourself, look out for other rash drivers as well. Why is that? Because somebody is forewarning us that you need to be forearmed. It's the same thing when you're working at height, when you are working under safe procedures, when you're working in oil and gas or working in confined spaces. You need to have dedicated safety equipment. Why is that? The reason for that is we have been forewarned that you may fall. You need a harness. You need a safety hat. You need goggles. You need gloves. All us working in the construction industry are very, very familiar with all these safety equipment, safety procedures, etc. Now, when it comes to disputes and claims, we all know there are cost overruns. We all know there are delays. We all go through the aspects of, oh, can you add another 4 floors on the already 10-floor building? But no, my foundations were not designed that way. So scope changes, all these things happen. What are we doing about it? And I think having the engineering law masters and those subjects and a dedicated conference and seminar like this is what equips you to be forewarned. Why? Because you want to be forearmed. Thank you very much for a wonderful introduction. Just to clarify, I am legally qualified, but not a barrister. He's a barrister. So a bit about me. I kindly mentioned I work for various different charities and boards and things. Some are listed here, so I sit on some of these panels, etc. The reason is because we are a global community of civil engineering professionals. We may end up in various different roles, but this is exactly why we need to have those global networks so we can educate each other, network with each other, and try and resolve those problems that may deter or make provisions difficult for us. I'll give you a quick example. We mentioned about Muslims in Rail. That's a charity I founded in England about half a decade ago, 6 years ago. When you go to schools, in the UK, we have a huge problem, especially in our community, Pakistanis, Indians, Muslim families, etc. In terms of science, technical, and engineering subjects, there is a particular 5% diaspora whose kids will become engineers, doctors, accountants, and things, but the remaining 95% don't even want to touch it. So we do a lot of work in terms of going into schools and educating people. When you go and ask children, oh, what do we do in the rail industry? As an example, oh, you're a train driver. They don't know anything else that there is a civil engineer who is building the track. There is somebody who's designing the electrical, mechanical systems, signaling, and all of those excellent trades and crafts that go into the industry. That's just one example. So a message that I wanted to give here is you are all ambassadors of the engineering profession, not just civil engineering, of the engineering profession. So do educate others. Please do spread the message of the benefits that you add to the society. Okay. Now coming on to a bit about HKA. So I work in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa business as a principal. The work that I now do is, as a civil engineer qualified, worked in the industry for over 20 years, legally qualified as well. When things go wrong on a project, that's when I get into the project to assess it, to provide my opinion, to provide situation in comparison with how things should have gone. And this is where Professor Asad mentioned that we develop the contractual legal understanding later on in life. I'll give you a quick example. I was in a conversation yesterday. It's a UK contractor, and they are not getting their practical completion certificate. So under the JCT contract, you get practical completion once you hand over the site. The reason they are not getting practical completion is because in their contract, they have to supply collateral warranties. They haven't built collateral warranties. So the client is simply saying, you haven't given me this. Yes, you've built a big substation. You've done all the civil works, ancillary works, power, HV, LV, everything is complete. It works, but you haven't given me the collateral warranties. So for 7 pieces of paper from 7 of their subcontractors, they can't get practical completion. And they are complaining, oh, we've done all the work. Yeah, but you haven't fulfilled all of your obligation. You go and buy a suit, okay? The tailor says, I've given you a suit. Yeah, but it hasn't got any buttons. Yeah, but it's a suit. You don't need to tie button, you know? You don't need to stand like this. You can just open the button, it's still a suit. Would you give him all the money? No, because you haven't fulfilled all your obligations. So this is what we do at HKA as one of the largest global company in the world, because it's in Americas and everywhere else. And the people that are in HKA are a specialist in their industry because they've crafted and done their work. And now we work in advisory, claims, dispute resolution, and arbitration. So what is Crux? HKA started Crux. This is the 6th iteration. So because we work globally in all these various different projects, we started to provide that research globally to the construction community and the civil engineering community to understand what goes wrong in a project. This research provides you, it forewarns you, so you can be forearmed to understand on a particular project, in a particular region, in a particular sector, what has gone wrong, so you can equip yourself, try and not repeat those mistakes. Have we learned it yet? Absolutely not. But hopefully we will get there. As Shiraz mentioned, in the Americas, they have reduced at least their dispute resolution average duration from 24 months to 17 months. I mean, that is a significant achievement. And if you compare it with Pakistan, you're looking at 5 to 15 years. 2 years ago, when we launched CIR Pakistan branch, we conducted, in collaboration with NED and a number of other engineering universities in Pakistan, a research report on construction disputes in Pakistan. The Crux report was our kind of inspiration. And we said we wanted to do it specifically for Pakistan. So we worked with the Power Works Department, public sector, private contractors, consultants, and gauged their data to understand what have gone wrong. So here's a little quiz, okay? This section and these 3 sections. And I'm going to ask you, on average, in Pakistan, what is the number of projects that go into dispute? Anyone? On average, what's the number of projects that go into disputes? Any level. Farooq said 110. So I'll tell you the answer. The data we received, it said 95% projects had at least one dispute. And what me and Shiraz agreed, the other 5% are lying. Or they are probably oblivious to it, that they've been given a suit jacket without buttons. So that is also a tricky position. So as I mentioned, this is what Crux provides you in terms of that. So overall, on this one, the last 6 years, it's about 1,800 projects now with 2.2 trillion of capex. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, on average, we were looking at about $400 million per project, which we researched into this report. Now, what I'm showing you here is, you will see when you go online, it's all available to download, the whole report, the interactive tool, which I don't have access to here, otherwise I would have played on it on the screen a bit. All of these things are available for you to see the top 30 causes. You can actually filter it down by sector, by continent, by country, to look at, okay, I want to say in infrastructure and transport, what are the type of disputes? In infrastructure and transport, what we saw was that excess issues were ripe because excess issues are normally the biggest issue when you're building a new railway track or something else, or roads, etc. Whereas scope change is globally the number one issue. Why do we change scope? As civil engineers, you need to think about it from that perspective. If you have asked someone to deliver something and they are delivering it, and then you ask them, no, I don't want this, I want you to change it, who's going to pay for it? That is the most common and simple issue of dispute. What is a dispute? What is a claim? A dispute is a misunderstanding between two or more parties. The scope change will never turn into a dispute if the parties agree, right, you know, I don't want this wall gray, I actually now want it pink or blue or black, whatever color you like. And here is the extra money that I want you to do. No problem. There is no dispute because you have changed scope, but at the same time, you're actually paying for that scope. Most issues happen on any construction site. I mean, I'm currently working in 4 different continents, whether it's Canada, whether it's North Africa. I was in Riyadh last week on a claim issue. The whole problem is contractor has asked and written down all of the changes that have happened on the project, and client is saying, no, this should be part of the scope. Yeah, but it wasn't in the scope. You've got to see it. And those are where the issues are. So change is inevitable. In our industry, whether it's construction, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, petroleum, when we are working on those projects, whether they are process related, M&E, change happens. Simple changes happen. For example, you've got a high-story building and there is a crane on the rooftop and there are high winds. Nobody predicted it. You can't work or operate on that crane now. Who pays for that crane for 4 days of downtime? This is what's written in the contract, that if there are wind speeds of over X kilometers per hour, the client will be responsible for the downtime. And now if the client says, I don't want to pay it, I didn't ask for these winds, you know, it was Allah's marzi, what are you going to do? This is where disputes happen. So contracts have to be written, read, agreed by all parties. And now that you have signed it, you have to obey it. You have to deliver what you've been asked. So if, like yesterday's discussion, that contractor I was speaking to, I said, look, if you cannot give collateral warranties, you have to take some insurance and convince the client. Because if you are unable to get those collateral warranties, they will not give you practical completion. And because they are not getting practical completion, not written here, but extension of time is then the biggest challenge. How many of you, please raise your hand. I'm sure there's a lot of people here, Mustafa and others, who deals with extension of time claims. It's part and parcel of the project. Whether it was due to high winds, whether it was due to extra rain. I mean, in London, you can expect, you know, we get about 250 days of rain out of 365. But all those are built into the project and you have to work around it. So there is a threshold. Because it rains so much, we've said, if it rains over 50 millimeters a month, anything over, you will be compensated for. Not the first 50, anything over that. So if it rained for 65 centimeters, then you will get the 15, not anything before that. So design is a big issue. I'm currently working on a project and design changes. It's by one of the philanthropists. It's a new humanities building at University of Oxford. It's a £300 million project. Stephen Schwarzman, he's third richest person in the world at the moment. The problem in that building is when Mr. Schwarzman's team comes, they want everything Rolls Royce for his taste because he's rich, mega rich. But when the project teams assess it, they want everything value engineered. And then the to and fro process keeps changing the design. And then the client team comes in, this is not what we wanted. Yeah, but you've given 300 million, things you want will change it into 1500 million. No, but we want it in 300 million. What will you do then? And this is where you need to understand as civil engineers, construction managers, and others, that you have also got a duty of customer service and customer representation. And I had that discussion once with the client, and the key thing what I asked was, is the customer always right? I'm asking you this question. Is the customer always right? Who said no? Raise your hand. Okay, there is few no's. Okay, let's do it this way and see how this all goes. I'm not going to pinpoint anyone. Is the customer always right? If it's no, please raise your hand. Is the customer always right? Is it yes? Please raise your hand. Half of you haven't raised your hand. Make up your mind. Okay? Now, the customer is always right only if it is an informed customer. So that responsibility sits with you. Have you informed the customer of what the consequences are? Have you forewarned them of what may go wrong? What are the risks on this project? Your costs may go up, your delays, consequences. There are 7, 8, 20 different supply chain partners who are waiting for this design. Once you have approved the ceiling, then M&E has to be fitted into it. HVAC, everything else has to go in, but you haven't approved the ceiling yet. Everyone else is just waiting for the ceiling to be approved. So the consequences, it's down to us to explain as designers, as construction managers. This gives you a bit of a regional overview. The biggest problematic areas at the moment are North Africa and Middle East. 80% of projects have extension of time claims. 80%. That is significant. So we need to think about it from that perspective. Regional highlights, again, each region. In Asia, the issue was 2/3 of planned schedules had an issue with extension of time. There is restricted or late access in Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, etc. In Europe, the biggest issue at the moment is incorrect design. So once design finalization happens, then you can move forward towards something else. Oops, I didn't do that. Sorry, we have to go back. So we were here. And then again, with sector highlights, resources, everything from mining, oil and gas, petroleum. We have issues which are mainly related to scope change. When we are looking at transport and infrastructure, again, scope change is one of the biggest challenges. Energy, you would expect people know what they are doing in the energy sector. But again, it's the scope change. And the biggest challenge in the energy sector, what we see, majority of the EPC contracts that we are dealing with are bespoke. And when they are bespoke, every project brings its own new challenges. So say you have familiarized yourself with the FIDIC form, and now you've been given a new form of contract. You don't know how notification works. You don't know how client acceptance procedures work, QA, QC procedures, what notifications you have to issue on a weekly basis. You have to familiarize yourself with all of that. And that is one of the biggest challenges in the oil and gas industry at the moment, globally. So this is CEO of HKA, his thoughts on Crux. And it's very much, as I mentioned, that the purpose of Crux is to better inform our stakeholders. About 30% of my time, and I'll tell you this has happened in the last 3 to 4 years now, is actually not resolving disputes, is actually helping clients on avoiding them, which is a great significant improvement. So I'm reviewing more contracts, I'm highlighting more risks, I'm educating clients in terms of respecting the issues that the contract may arise. What people say. So you can download it from this link, and hopefully it was informative and you've received what I thought I would suggest. Are there any questions that I can address? Please.
The role of the engineer is mostly inclined towards the employer. And he has got a very decisive role. So please tell me something how to handle the engineers.
100%. So when I mentioned about customer service, when I mentioned about you have to reflect it, forewarn your clients, etc., I was generalizing the concept of engineer, contract administrator, project manager. Every contract reflects it in a different way, different name now. How many of you have heard about, what's his name? Brunel. Who has heard about Brunel? So Brunel was a very famous engineer from England, and he then started designing steam engine trains. And he put the concept of the engineer in contracts. So Brunel was the first one. When he started writing contracts, he was the client, he was the designer, and then he became the engineer on the project. So he was the judge, jury, and executioner. And all decisions went in his favor, of course. So I just wanted to give you a bit of a historic background where the engineer terminology comes from. Brunel started it. The role of the engineer is, as I mentioned, is very important on the project. It's supposedly to be impartial, to be neutral, to be the person who is actually highlighting the risks to all parties. But unfortunately, and there is a very famous case law from the 18th century against Brunel in the House of Lords, where the court actually adjudged it from the perspective that the engineer cannot just be respecting or reflecting the needs of the paymaster. Who pays the engineer? The client. And this is where the problem comes in. The client is paying the engineer, not the contractor. So automatically, the client then looks into the perspective of, oh, I've got to look after my paymaster. So again, there needs to be more education, more awareness on the role of the engineer. And please.
One more thing that is good. The engineer is the planner, designer, author of the. So then, all the engineers have inherent instinct that he is going to defend at all costs his document. He will not accept anyone to challenge whatever he has written.
So I'm not going to answer this question yet because we have a panel discussion later on, and we are addressing this problem in the panel discussion. Yeah. Any other question before I run out of time? Or have I already run out of time? No, I'm okay. I've got time. Brilliant. Any other question? Yes, please. Mike, coming.
I'm currently doing master program in NED, Construction Engineering Law. Before I had a master's in hydraulics from Iran, bachelor from Iran's, 27-year experience, Middle East and local as well. Mostly we are referring other examples. Why not referring our examples first? The contract documents, most of the contractors even not looking at the all. So apart from whole discussion, we are looking our contracts, how the contractors, you are referring 90% dispute, 5% who haven't seen like this data, but you have the data. You have to work on the data, help us on the data. How many contractors in Pakistan are understanding the contract document before signing, and how many are not? So we need such kind of data that we can go through. How the engineers are facing problems, we have a separate issue. Why the disputes are not surfaced, many issues like this. People are hiding because of business risk. So we have a lot of issues. So still we are not touching any of issues like we have here. Sorry to say like. Thank you.
I didn't understand whether it was a question or a statement, but I will try and address it. Yeah. So let me answer it. So thank you for your thought. The data is available online. If you want to write it down, pcdr.pk, Pakistan Construction Dispute Report.pk. That data is available there. The reports were given here at NED as well, and they were all published online on LinkedIn, and there was a lot of promotion given to it. What we need to understand is we need to search for what information is available rather than asking other people that you haven't given me something. I let you finish your comment, so please. So now, when we are addressing issues like this, we need to understand what the issues are. So first of all, today's presentation is giving you a global perspective, not Pakistan perspective. So please understand that. I have covered a global perspective, not Pakistan perspective. I have added the Pakistan perspective to give you the direction where you can get that data, which is 2 years old now. So of course, things have changed. At that time, there was a lot of pandemic-related disputes as well, which, you know, the whole construction industry faced. So that was 2 years ago. We haven't done that research again, but the data is available for you to look at. Then the other comment that you raised was in terms of how many contractors actually see the contracts before they sign. And I think I addressed it in terms of mentioning that 30% of my work now is working with contractors to respect their risks, understand it before they go into a dispute provision. But that work that I do, I don't work in Pakistan. My work is global. So that work is outside. I don't know in that respect how the Pakistan industry is working, but I have barristers and lawyers here who I know, and we speak regularly, who tell me that contractors do get these reviewed. But this is where the issue comes in. If these contracts are reviewed just on the legal principle, not on the operational principle, of course, you are setting yourselves into issues. Because if the lawyers who are reflecting this are expert in the legal interpretative issues, but not in how operationally you may face a challenge. So as I gave the example of collateral warranties, it's a simple principle. You ask collateral warranties, the subcontractors will give you. But if the subcontractors aren't addressing it, we have an issue. Is that okay? But I understand the frustration you are. I understand. I understand. Thank you. What we can do is we can have a private discussion afterwards, because this is turning into a discussion. So I need to get further questions as well. Thank you. Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum.
There is a question that in many of the pre-bid meetings we have faced that actual problem we face that the contract is almost designed in the favor of the client. Okay, when we have a pre-bid meeting, disputes which may be arisen is being highlighted at the time there is a pre-bid meeting. But the actual fact is that the time limit is very, minimal. In that time, there is a bidding procedure and contract. They say these contract is basically in the favor of client. Contractor is not being, facilitated with any of the legal, uh, you know, legal requirements. So, what is there any mechanism to highlight here to focus all these issues before the contract? Because client says these clauses cannot be changed. It happens, and
Do you understand the concept in who has the power? Either it's the buyer or the supplier. So the market that you are operating in, the buyer has the power. So naturally, the buyer will reflect its power in their contracts. And that is what happens. And it's not just a Pakistani problem. This problem is everywhere globally. So that's step number one. The other issue that comes in significantly is understanding the latest standard form of contracts. What FIDIC are we operating now? I thought we were moving from 87 to 99 in Pakistan. Have we done it now?
not in each.
Okay. Okay, that's brilliant. Now, because that is the global standard, FIDIC 2017. And 2010, as you mentioned, the harmonized and the MDB, Major Development Bank forms as well.
World Bank and ADPs, we are adopting.
Fantastic. So again, so that's the standard FIDIC, but this is where the challenge comes in. If the standard form of contract is, say, 40 pages, how many pages contract do you receive? Over 100? I'm just talking about the major terms of the contract, not the scope and ancillary documents. And the reason is all these contracts get amended to suit the client's needs. And this is where the challenge comes in. So as I mentioned, there is about 30% of my work, which I'm doing now, is addressing those amendments because the contract needs to be mutual. You ask for something, I deliver, and then I get paid for it. And that is, what's the standard, formation of the contract? There is an offer, there is an acceptance, there is consideration. You need to have legal representation, so it can be with a minor or something else, and it needs to be a legal operation. You can't have a legal contract of drugs, except if they are medicinal drugs. Okay. Yes, please. FIDIC form.
They are grossly modified.
Yes.
For instance, in many contracts, they don't not working. There is no provision at all for the price adjustment. And in this market where inflation is skyrocketing, how I can price the cost? This is the problem.
I agree. I mean, if you don't have indexation, inflation written into the contract, don't sign it. Don't do it. If all contractors there is a Contractors Association of Pakistan, I believe. Yeah, CAP, Constructors Association of Pakistan. So it's down to CAP to have those discussions at policy level and understand and develop that understanding, because I know that price increase and indexation was something that was discussed after COVID at the PEC level. And then there was whole webinars and seminars being delivered of the adjustment. I'll give you an example. I understand. I mean, as the biggest issue the construction industry has, there is huge competition. There will be hundreds of contractors eyeing for a single job. So they are all doing cutthroat pricing. And where one contractor will say, I won't agree, the other is always ready to jump on their shoulders and say, you know what, I'll do it. It's not just in Pakistan, it's everywhere globally. The problem is, if we always go for the lowest price, you're going to get the lowest possible quality and provision and things. The procurement directive in Pakistan, as is in other countries, always suggests that we need to look at MEET, which is most economically advantageous tender. Now, what is that? When it's talking about economics, it needs to understand the technical aspects, the social value it generates, and all other implementations. But if you are just going, I want a lump sum fixed price contract. I'll give you an example. I'm working in East Europe at the moment, doing advisory work, writing their FIDIC contracts on White Book, which is design consultancy. They said, draft me a contract for design, which needs to be a lump sum fixed price. And my ears just went up. I said, okay, you want a lump sum fixed price. You understand, on a lump sum, there is no scope change. Whatever you write is what you will get. So I said, do you know if there are any things that will change later on? So hear me out. I said, do you have a fixed route? No. Do you have all the environmental impact assessment? No. Have you completed all the ground investigation stuff? No. So you don't know whether you will be passing through a ditch, a river, whether you will need some tunnels, and you want a fixed price. Who's going to give you that? Again, it's the duty of whoever is delivering that work. The customer is not always right. The customer is always right. What is it? Only if it is an informed customer. So I was able to convince them to change the provision onto fixed activity schedule on a remeasurable basis. So if you're doing a 2-span bridge design, here is the cost. If you're doing a 3-span bridge design, here is the cost. If you're doing a tunnel design, here is the cost per 100 meter. If the tunnel is 1 kilometer, here is the cost to design it. Now you have itemized everything. Everyone's happy. The designer is happy. I'm going to get paid if I do more work.
Bidding, we invite 2 proposals, the technical and commercial.
It is working. It is working.
Okay. So what we do in the initial stage, we evaluate the technical proposals, and with some threshold points, we select few contractors, and then we open the price. Whoever is the lowest will win the contract.
Yeah, I know.
Is it fair?
No, I mentioned to you, most economically advantageous tender. You get cheap pricing, you get cheap quality.
Yes, cheap quality.
So the clients need to change their provision. Yeah, please.
I still maintain that certain weightage should always be given to the technical proposal, and there should be some allocation of weightage for the best technical proposal while you deciding the award of the contract. Not merely on the basis of it remain in practice by the World Bank, Asian Bank, and all. It has been changed. I want to revert back. I want to revert back to that criteria.
So in Europe, for example, in Europe, for example, you cannot have a public procurement tender which is only on price. So I used to be, so I used to work in the civil sector in the UK. 7 years, I was the head of commercial for British Rail, Network Rail. And all the procurement, bidding, and tendering was under the commercial team. I can tell you there are some major infrastructure renewal projects that have gone through where we had 80% technical criteria. Price was 10%. 10% was on social value generation. Because what was important was whether you are able to meet the technical criteria or not. Once your technicality has been fulfilled, then you look at the price and then you negotiate it if it was under a negotiated procedure. I think for Pakistani perspective, if we need to slowly start integrating it into 30, 40, 50. I've done some bidding recently for an IPP from HKA perspective. And the criteria on that was a 50-50 split because because it was a public sector. So they couldn't just appoint it as experts. They had to do it on a public procurement bid. And the criteria was 50-50, 50% technical, 50% commercial. And we are working on that project now. I'm not directly, but the team is. So it is happening. Absolutely. I'm just going to say, you have taken half of the Q&A time. Let others speak as well. If the chair of the PEC was here, I don't think we have the remit to make any recommendation from here. This is a learning seminar for us to transfer the knowledge and implementation of what I can showcase as an alumnus of this university. Right. A question at the back, please. Oh, sorry, Mustafa. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can go after.
No. Yeah.
Nasir, it's always a delight to hear you. My question is a bit against the spirit of your seminar, so excuse me for that. Pakistan AEC industry is quite small. When I say small, not in terms of value, but the players who are. So you kind of come across and see the same people on the table here and there. The question is, as a result of this smaller industry, a lot is dependent on relationships. And so when you are from a service provider side, and I'm not talking on the client side because those are the ones generally look for avoidance of claims. But let's say if you are on the service provider side, you actually don't go into claims or disputes or claim, and you particularly mentioned a scope change to a larger effect. We don't ask for this because it's more relationship damaging and you're trying to find an amicable way. So the question is, how do you advise your clients when enough of aap janab and you should actually file a claim? Hey guys, enough of the scope change, enough of the impact to you. And you as a service provider should now file a dispute and claim. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa. There is a large part of this answer, which will be discussed at the panel discussion later on. But what I will only give you is advice. You know when it's time. Naturally, because the whole perspective that we advise the clients is amicable settlement, and dispute resolution is a multi-staged process. If your child asks, Mom, Dad, I want that bike or that car or something, do you give it straight away? No. We discuss it, we negotiate, and then we settle on a particular provision. Assalamu alaikum, sir. And this is where this aspect needs to be. So it's a multi-stage process. You start with on the project negotiation, then negotiations go into senior level. The directors, MDs, they start having the discussion. Then you can go into formal negotiation, which is mediation. And then you start the more adjudicative process. It's all about whether you want the control or you want somebody else the control. When you are negotiating amicably, even in mediation area, you have the control of the process. But when it goes into arbitration or litigation, someone else has the control, and then you are dependent on the outcome. Even in mediation, it's you who will agree to the outcome, whether you agree to that settlement or that deal or not. So that's the area where you need to be. If that fails, you know when it's time to go into a more formal dispute resolution process. I will be here after the seminar as well, and I really appreciate and thank you your time. It's a pleasure to be back, and thank you very much.
That was very insightful, although I do not specialize in construction engineering, but I personally learned a lot from that. I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Zulfikar Ahmed Khan, Honorable Judge of Sindh High Court. And we are also very proud that he is an alumnus of NED University. Welcome, sir. Now it's time for the second technical presentation. The second technical presentation will be given by Dr. Farouk Arif, who is an assistant professor and postgraduate coordinator at the associate professor, sorry, for everybody reminded me in a chorus, and the postgraduate coordinator at the Civil Engineering Department. He's also the director of the NED University Virtual Reality Center. He has a bachelor's of engineering in civil engineering and a master's in engineering management, construction management from NED University. Dr. Arif pursued his PhD in civil engineering in the area of infrastructure management and thereafter a postdoc in risk management from Florida International University, Miami, USA. In addition, he has conducted an independent study thesis in the area of construction law during his PhD study at FIU. Dr. Arif has successfully worked on more than 20 funded R&D projects nationally and internationally. Dr. Farouk's area of research interest and horizon of construction law include risk analysis and management, legal affairs, dispute resolution in construction, application of AI in construction and contract law, green building design codes. Dr. Arif has more than 50 international publications, including journal papers, conference-based proceeding publications, edited proceedings, and funded research project reports, out of which 13 are in the area of construction law. He's also co-designer of Pakistan's first construction law program. He has also served on various technical committees of PEC and other international bodies. For code development, he has been part of governmental committees for regulatory and technical compliance assessments. The topic of his presentation today is Practices and Effectiveness of Arbitration as ADR Mechanism in Construction Industry of Pakistan. Sir, please welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. Honorable Justice, Mr. Justice Zulfikar Ahmed Khan, sir, thank you again. Nice to meet you as always. Dr. Asadur Rahman, Mia Shiraz, Nasir, Naveen Marshall, Asim Murtaza Khan Sahib is here, Honorable Registrar. It's very odd to be introduced at your own institution. And for that same reason, you get a big clap as well. But the important thing is Nasir has traveled all the way from UK to provide us insights into what is happening or what should be happening rather in the area of ADR. What I have is something which we have been able to do on ground for the past few years with regards to ADR in general, but arbitration in particular. So there might be some points with which many of the industry people may or may not agree. But being a faculty at the university, it's always the right through the research and development that many of those have been analyzed very rigorously. So coming, my presentation's title is practices and effectiveness of arbitration area mechanism in the construction industry of Pakistan. I am presenting it, but there are few people behind this who have worked with me over the years. So I'll do acknowledge them towards the end. This is going to be my presentation outline. I'll talk about the practices and effect with regards to effectiveness, and then what kind of improvements out of the R&D process that we have been able to do, what kind of improvements can we make in the arbitration procedures when it comes to construction arbitration in particular. And although Professor Dr. Abdul Jabbar Sanghi was supposed to present the aspect of education and capacity building in construction law, due to his family commitments, he's out of station. So I'll try to cover that up in a couple of slides as well, that what we have been doing in this regards from the platform of NED University, and what we are going to do now by having kind of an integration with CIRB. So that is what I'll cover shortly. So moving on, I don't need to teach you, right? We know, most of us, even the students who are here, are basically part of the law programs or say construction programs, who do know what arbitration is all about. We do know that, as Nasir also mentioned, 95%, right? 95% of the projects worldwide, as per the Crux report, there are disputes. And those disputes are not the disputes at the first stage. When we say disputes, actually the conflicts or disagreements then arise to go towards disputes, and then they become kind of court procedures or litigation. But arbitration, or there are other techniques as well. Arbitration is one of the most preferred dispute resolution mechanism. The reason behind that is because many of these standard form of contracts when it comes to construction do provide its umbrella cover. And that makes it other than the other amicable solutions most preferred. Then by regulations as well, as in the case of Pakistan, the PEC has its own reconciliation and arbitration guidelines, plus the Arbitration Act of 1940 that we follow. And then most of the projects and even the PEC guidelines are in alignment with the FIDIC basic contracts. Those also prefer and those advocate the use of arbitration as a mechanism for resolution of disputes. There are other options as well before that, mediation and MEDAR, but most of the time, and the stats show that people do prefer to go directly to arbitration because of various reasons. However, when we look at the context, and this is not the context worldwide, arbitration also has its different forms. But when we talk about Pakistan, and this is based on, I'll cite those studies as well, which we have conducted. Typically speaking, when it comes to arbitration and construction arbitration, the procedures are being done according to, in a similar manner as we have court proceedings. Now, having said that, this is coming out of the industry's input, but many of those may not have gone to court proceedings as well. There is a difference between when you do arbitration in person, and then there are arbitration procedures which do not require you to be in person as well. But what I'm talking about is the arbitration which are typically maybe assigned through the courts, or maybe you have opted it for as well, where we have umpire, arbitrator, and the panel of arbitrators, mostly replicating the similar kind of procedure that might have been done in the courts. Now, conflicting parties, for example, for that, they produce their evidences, and that is where I say court procedures. I'm not against the evidence, don't take it like that, but they present their evidences. And this practice is slightly different from how it is pursued internationally. So there, it is more important to cover up the technical aspects and the analysis aspects of the, and I'm talking about construction projects, the analysis aspects of the things. Rather, here we more have to rely on evidences once again. And then arbitrators also have, similar to honorable judges, the opportunity, or you can say the practice is there for the sake of cross-examination. Now, again, cross-examination might not be bad, but I'm talking about the intensity of that cross-examination and evidences that happen in the personal hearing-based arbitration, and that makes sometimes it replicating or reflecting the same way as we have done in the courts. So What were the then key questions when it comes to the context in those studies? What were the key questions? First of all, we wanted to know that what are the prevailing practices when it comes to construction arbitration. I would like to formally welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor, NED University, Dr. Sarosh Lodi, for joining us on this occasion. Sir, thank you very much. And also Chairman, Institution of Engineers, Pakistan, Karachi Center, Engineer Suhail Bashir. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. So coming back to the points of the key questions, what are the prevailing practices, number one? Then what are the satisfaction level of the stakeholders? Because you keep practicing something, but that might be just for the sake of, say, fulfilling the contractual requirements as well. And that is one of the things that we found out. What are the bottlenecks in these practices? And to specific, because of the fact that we need evidences as of good quality and as of the level that we may be requiring in the courts in the litigation process. So what kind of documents are actually critical to the cause of the arbitration? Other than that, there is one thing called effectiveness of the process. Then there is another thing called efficacy. They may sound synonymous and may have meanings together, but effectiveness is more about, if I say it in a layman language, making that process. Efficacy is more about making that process successful, and effectiveness is making sure that the process holds or is conducted as per the legal or regulatory norms. So if, say, for example, there will be one point, the duration of the arbitration is a very critical point. Now, arbitration may end up beyond the duration and it may be successful. But if it didn't happen within that duration, then it might have caused other problems as well. So moving on, a small study was conducted. I say small in terms of getting people on board. And I know many industry people realize when it comes to getting legal data, it's not very open-ended willingness to share such data. But what we did, that we formed a group of contractors, the clients, and arbitrators who have performed arbitration on or have been involved in arbitration of around 129 cases. And we got their feedback and analyzed them scientifically. So just giving you glimpses of what is happening. For example, when it comes to perceiving of the advantages of arbitration, the clients are kind of more satisfied than the contractors. And I'll show you why, because I'm just not inferring this from these graphs. But for example, clients had advantages because of which they find it more lucrative for them include the arbitrator's familiarity, because most of the time, I'm not saying that there has to be an agreement on the appointment of the arbitrator, but then the one who pays money has a little bit of more say all the time. So when it comes to the approval of the arbitrator, they do find it that the arbitration is mostly cost effective when because they want to appoint somebody. And 25% of these clients, in 25% of their projects, they found it to be that the arbitrators were familiar, and that is they thought as the key advantage. Same was with the contractors. The key things to this was time saving and cost saving. Although the clients showed satisfaction, and I'll show you this some graph later on, but surprisingly, if you talk about cost saving, contractors were the one who reflected the cost saving. The reasons would come afterwards. Similarly, there were disadvantages. So when it comes to disadvantages, basically the clients thought that limited disclosure of documents, this norm, you can say, or this requirement leads them to avoid coming up with the evidences. And those evidence requirement is generating with the way you are conducting arbitration. It's not about that they may have been required, but because the arbitration procedures are being conducted in a court-like environment, so it becomes critical. Similarly, they found it the overall process for smaller disputes, the cost of process, 23% of them said that it is more, so they would not like to go into arbitration for smaller projects, small scale projects, you can say. And it's not about that majority of the projects have disputes which are of larger scale. Many of the smaller scale projects have disputes as well, and they have to follow the same guidelines. So they don't find it, say, cost effective in terms of that. Likewise, clients find them there is lesser chance of appealing. But then the second study, we found out very, I would say, to be humble, innovative ways of getting through the appeals as well, even though the arbitrator's judgment was binding. And those innovative ways are something to do with the Arbitration Act clauses, specifically Section 8, where if you are not, even if you are satisfied with the results of arbitration, you go around and challenge something else. And that is the arbitrator's neutrality, to say the least. So, but that creates another procedure in litigation. When it comes to the contractors, they find that, again, they are more worried about the limited disclosure of documents then, because they find it worrying, and there are associated things to that as well. Tax laws. They may not want to put up a lot of things, the way the construction business works. So they also don't want that all of the documents they may be able to disclose, but then evidence is required. And the same cause out of 46% lesser options of appeal against the award of arbitrator. They say so, but the practice is slightly different as well many a times. It depends upon A, how good of a contract manager they have got, B, of course, their past experience is what to do. So sometimes when they go into arbitration process, they just are trying to pass through this to fulfill the requirement, and they actually intend to go into the litigation challenging the arbitration process, if not the outcomes, but the arbitrator panel or themselves. Because many a time they have thought that the panel of arbitrators is more tilted, not because they are tilted by their intent, but because the person who spends money sometimes have more say on appointment of the arbitrators. Moving on, when we talk about certain qualitative aspects, so level of satisfaction, the key problem is the speed of arbitration award. See, why we enter into alternate dispute resolution? So that we can resolve in good sense out of court and do not burden the litigation system or legal system as well. Secondly, because most of the disputes arise out of the technical reasons, so both of them, client and contractor, prefer to present themselves or their case in more technical requirement. When it comes to legal presentation of the case, there are other norms, legal norms, which have to be fulfilled, and that includes the cost of litigation as well, and punitive damages as well. So what happens is, the key thing in Pakistan that has been reported is the breach of that time limit. The time limit guideline is of 4 months from the day of starting of the arbitration, primarily in the Arbitration Act of 1940, but 50% of the projects were found to be getting delayed in the award of arbitration for 50% of the time period. And that is, again, from the experience of 129 cases that the combined group had. Secondly, the cost of arbitration process. So there was varying. Contractors thought that apportionment for the smaller disputes, they don't find it that it is feasible to go into arbitration. Maybe primarily they would want to sell it, they want to settle it amicably through other means, or they, if we say in our, if they are more jazbati, then they will go to the court. They'll not try to just resolve it through the arbitration, because this may cost more in terms of arbitration cost. However, clients think that they get more advantage of this, even in smaller projects. And that is the reason with which I said that they may want to go more towards it. So as Nasir was mentioning, the key, or you can say the khulja sim to getting arbitration famous, is not the contractor but the clients. You have to get clients on board to establish a culture of going through the arbitration, because if they would do that, then the contractor would be, I mean, they do that by law, but for making it more effective. Then what about the level of satisfaction of arbitrators themselves? So they are satisfied. I don't want to say the reason why. I use very humbly the word somewhat satisfied, but actually the results are beyond somewhat. And why shouldn't they be? Maybe Justice Zulfikar can shed more light on that later on based on our past interactions. And despite this, the fact that clients and contractors may not be that satisfied enough, but arbitrators are satisfied. And I think Nasir would be very happy with that. And yeah, and willingness to share info. That is the key thing. See, problem is this many a times, and I think of myself like a construction professional. We do have information. Forget about the quality of that thing for now. But we do have information about the project in one way or the other. It comes down to whether those conflicting parties are willing to share that information to the arbitrators. Sometimes, number one, because of the reasons related to those legal aspects. Sometimes because they intend to save that information so that they can file cases in the court of law. Because they don't believe in and they just are fulfilling the requirement of arbitration because of the FIDIC or because of the PEC or because of the Arbitration Act of 1940. They know the path to resolving this issue would be courts, but they would go around because they have to fulfill the requirement. They would go through it and get it done just for the sake of requirements. And then, so they don't want to present those. But this gave us the key idea of then what is the relationship between documentation and arbitration, with again linking it to the context of requirement of evidences because of the way we conduct arbitration. So document preservation we know is necessary not just for these legal aspects, but generally as well for purely construction management reasons as well. Now, providing this data to the tribunal, relevant documents, would always simplify and cut down on the debate, with a condition that they have been managed in a manner in which the tribunal would like to see it. So it's not about giving them the raw data and chunk data and bulk data at once. You have to use analysis techniques. For example, if you're talking about delays or delay analysis, there are standard techniques to that. But then when it comes to the skill set that we may have with respect to delay, that is something lacking. And that is how we address these things through our master's program, as well as Dr. Asad said. Then one important thing, the international arbitration practices, however, do not specify keenly that, okay, this document is required. And the reason is very simple, because they didn't want the arbitration to become a court procedure. They wanted it to make it more of a technical procedure and keep it open-ended so that whatever evidence and specific evidence is there could be utilized. The third thing is that the reliability of information. I haven't mentioned the fact that how the documents are approved in the court, right? But if the same procedure, and that is a legal requirement, I'm not saying that in the court, if you submit something, you would have to testify it as well. But when it comes to arbitration, even if the technical document is submitted, the arbitrator might be in a fix with regards to reliability, and we get that analyzed further. That is a problem. That may be because of the way the information is presented, or maybe the documents are being kept during the process. So not going into the data set, but these were the few documents that we found out from the three members of the focus group, that what percentage of them they feel that with what type of documents become the key documents when it comes to arbitration to be minimum key. And we found out that barring the basic bidding and contract documents, there are very important things such as shipping and delivery. Purchase orders, invoices to hoti hain, but shipping and delivery receipts, resource loading charts, testing results, which are part of the regulatory requirement as well, request for information and responses. And I say it combinedly, not just RFI. मैंने तो information मांग ली थी और दूसरा जवाब ही ना दे. मैंने तो letter भेज दिया था, दूसरे ने acknowledge ही नहीं किया. This is half communication when it comes to arbitration or legal procedure. I sent a notice, nobody listened. Nobody basically responded. So they haven't acknowledged that. That is why there are means and methods to get that notice registered for the sake of future record. And instruction from engineer, which may not always come in writing, specifically the engineer on site. So how these are the important things which come into mind. Then we went on to, sorry. We went on to analyze it through a process called analytical hierarchy process, and not go into the detail of that analysis. And we were able to find out that, okay, what are these documents were just on the basis of what they wanted and what they've experienced, but what are their importance? And when it comes to importance, we went around with that AHP technique through weights, and those weights were assigned with the importance of documents as well. And we found out the left part of this whole table is basically what we found out through the AHP, and the right part is with the case study that we implemented to check whether this AHP, that is a scientific requirement to validate. And we found out that, as I said, barring the bid documents, which are the most important thing, and it's obvious, sometimes saying it becomes obvious, the ranking of these documents with respect to the importance weight is this. And you see that the top few would always remain the same, which are standard documents. So there is no problem with that. But as you go in the mid table, the request for information, the purchase order, wage roll, and all those things become more important. Of course, it also depends upon the nature of dispute that we have. Maybe the dispute is not about those things, but then they become important. Now, moving on, we also performed a cause and effect analysis. So what if we consider it as a hypothesis that the arbitration have been, the effectiveness of the local arbitration has been lower than what expected? Then we perform cause and effect analysis. And if you look at the causes that are there, the process-wise, the proceedings, the way the proceedings are being conducted. And I'm many a times, and I think Shiraz and Basil both were emphasizing it was to be done by somebody who's an engineer and has a law and knowledge of law. But primarily when there is scarcity of such skill sets, then it is done by the lawyers, or it may be done by retired judges. That has been the case. And when they do it, they, of course, are more tilted to follow procedures which are more aligned with the kind of requirement that they have conducted in the court of law. Secondly, time consumption. And that I mentioned with the stats as well. Nobody wants to linger on with the dispute, whether it is in arbitration or whether it is in court. So, but when it comes to arbitration, it was primarily to reduce or cut down the time of this process. And if that itself enhances the time, then it becomes a self-inflicting disease. I mean, you have adopted a process which is supposed to cut down on time, and it is lingering on the time. So then there is no use. The other things, there are costly, and cost-wise, I'll refrain from saying because it would depend upon the cost of the project. So that is something else. Mostly, the arbitrations which we faced were being conducted by honorable retired judges. There is no harm in that. But then I'm talking about construction projects, right? So they get assistance from, again, technical people. And even though they get it, sometimes, as I said, procedurally, this becomes a problem. Other than that, improper documentation was one of the key aspects. Now, these, as I said, are based on the sample data which we have. But as far as I see, there is no other sample published data with regards to these practices anywhere in Pakistan. Not because we have done it, but because that is why we did it. And it is a published work in one of the renowned journals as well. Moving on, we didn't stop here, and we tried to find out, okay, if there are any procedural issues. And those procedural issues not necessarily are arising from our own, but from the standardization of the things that have been done. So we compared we studied different factors in different legal systems. Mostly, of course, the focus was in case law, common law, and Pakistan, Australian, Canadian processes through their published standards and documents. And we were able to find out very interesting. I'll not go into each one of them, but for example, UN Citral is a guideline for the arbitration process, and somehow it is not applicable, haven't been fully adopted in Pakistan. And that could be a key window inside to do that. I think, I'm not sure, I heard somewhere that there is a document presented to the legislatures as well to adopt it. And I think that can improve some aspects of the arbitration. Then competence issue. That is when it comes to international practices, the arbitrator establishes its competence and applicability of the decision itself. When I say arbitrator, it means panel of arbitrators or the single arbitrator as well. When it comes to here, the competence is already established. That is a varying thing, but that is a problem. Then moving on, some of the other aspects that include model clauses of arbitration. So that is something lagging, and maybe something that CIRB needs to work on with the institutions to develop something. Power of arbitrators for interim relief. I know this would be something of a dispute itself, whether it should be allowed or not. But many a times the scale of dispute is such that if interim relief may not be allowed, the projects get stagnant. If there is a 4 or 5 year project and a dispute arises and it remains in abeyance for an year or so, think about that there would be a budget in between, national budget, there would be changes in the tax regulations. All those things impact the overall health of the project. These are some of the issues that, or you can say conflicts to start with, that generate disputes. And these are highlighted. What we did was, after the review of these whole different documents, I'm presenting a very brief summary of the same. These were identified through post-arbitral and pre-arbitral cases, which were court annexed, and mostly the data was taken from Sindh High Court and Lahore High Court of the construction projects. And these were the major issues that were coming in for the disputes which were going through arbitration. For the sake of A, they went into arbitration themselves. For number 2, the court required them to fulfill the requirement of arbitration. Not going to the disputes and all those, because already one of the speakers have covered. But primarily, if you look at these are very common construction related disputes, right? Then again, we performed another cause and effect. We studied 25 cases, and I'm not talking about very short cases. Some of them were in running. I think the data collection was a challenge itself, but the reviewing of those cases, what happened, starting from the issue to the dispute, to going to the court, going back to the arbitration, or maybe directly going to the arbitration, and we were able to find out certain key causes what actually delay the dispute resolution in construction when it comes to the use of arbitration. The couple of things that I would like to highlight. One of them I already did was Section 8 and Section 20. After the award, there was no argument on the award itself, but they went into the court again, challenging the arbitration panel. And that is allowed in Arbitration Act of 1940. I mean, the putting of the case, admissibility of that case is a later stage, but at least the party who uses that section delays the thing. They go into the court despite the fact that maybe even court, sometimes it happened even when the court has assigned an arbitrator, and then they went back. So this is roaming around, I mean, merry-go-round kind of a thing again and again. And that is, I know that it is not maybe a problem of the legal system, but at least it is allowed in the Arbitration Act of 1940. The other thing is with respect to the same thing, which is about the way the arbitration is conducted, the process, the requirement of getting the evidence verified, each and every evidence verified, and that is a problem. And then arbitrator, many a times, it might not be a panel, but a single person. That is also an issue. So varying opinions does not come into account, because that act allows you to have even single umpire arbitrator, and collective wisdom might not be there when it comes to in this case. There are other issues to that as well. For example, the contract clauses, specifically the particular conditions, which are not clearly defined and they are ambiguous and they वो खुद भी implement नहीं हो पाती and then they don't allow the general conditions to be implemented as well, and that creates a problem because लिखी हुई चीज अडॉप्ट करना आसान है, फिडिक ले लिया चला लिया, जैसी पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन लिखने की बारी आती है तो वो not all the companies utilize lawyers, right? So the legal terminologies in comma and full stop and all that is even the case in specifications writing as well. So when it comes to specifications, sometimes you get an amalgamation of the thoughts. A drawing might be going east and spec might be going west. So all these bidding documents being converted into construction documents and particular conditions to be specific, they have a problem. One of the factors which I would narrate, and I would like to narrate, but it's a big debate, and it's easier for me to put it on my co-researcher, right? So I don't know why he says that Arbitration Act of 1940 is not sufficient enough. And I may have a different opinion. I always see that the implementation is an issue. Maybe the act is not a problem. Maybe it is a problem because we can have a varying opinion, right? But then there are justified reasons to that as well. Not just because it is of 1940, but because the procedure have certain aspects. So moving on, it's a very tiny number, but those 25 cases, even with those information that I said, 20 out of 25 cases, 19 were upheld by the courts because they went into appeals. Mostly, if I'm correct, through Section 8 and Section 30, few of them. And only 6 out of the challenge were set aside by the Court of Appeal. It means otherwise than what we got through the procedure, which is that the arbitration process, the decision was done in an unbiased manner. But the challenge was, now you may be thinking that this may be true or not, but the problem with this stat is that many a times the aggrieved party just went into the court with that Section 8 and 30 just to have another chance. कि जी चलो ये लॉ में है तो चलो करके ही देख लेते हैं, लेकिन उसका नतीजा क्या निकला कि फिर वो केस रुक गया, फिर वो प्रोजेक्ट रुक गया. तो उन्होंने तो अपना जो लीगल राइट था वो इस्तेमाल किया बिकॉज इट वाज पार्ट ऑफ द Section 8 or Section 30, बट प्रोजेक्ट में प्रॉब्लम आएगा. So it may show you efficacy, but it may not show you the true sense of why. I mean, this 76% upheld of the result of the decisions by the arbitrator means कि कोर्ट का टाइम वेस्ट हुआ इस चीज को सुनने में. Because if they were right decisions, then why they went to the court? तो कोर्ट ने भी आर्बिट्रेटर का डिसीजन ही इन्फोर्स किया, और जब कोर्ट ने आर्बिट्रेटर का डिसीजन इन्फोर्स किया तो इसका मतलब है जो अग्रीव पार्टी गई थी उसका सारा जो टाइम उसने जाया कर दिया कोर्ट. And which was not the sense of arbitration. I mean, it should have been solved. Now, it is about the attitude of the aggrieved party as well, but then maybe we need some clogging in the legal regulations as well. So what are the recommendations? Just a few, couple of recommendations. One, documentation. And this might not be coming from the legal fraternity, but the construction, we, the industry, we need to improve our documentation. Even a single instruction is required to be documented. And maybe we need to move, because our way of manual documentation has failed. We need to come up with digitized way of documentation. Of course, the regulations with regards to those may need to be changed. For example, nowadays, you don't need construction documentation to be done manually, but use information modeling. But how much that information modeling would become an evidence in the arbitration process, that needs to be seen. So, वो procedure को link कर देना चाहिए so that documentation becomes automatic. So, building information modeling, for example, can be a technology solution. We have done a lot of manual solutions. In worldwide, for example, there is another software, Prolog, which is used for project documentation. All the claims are generated through that. We still have those box folders, right? And becomes difficult. Second thing, arbitration practices, very humbly, should run like an arbitration practice and not like court proceeding. But that to happen, there is a requirement needed for the maturity of the arbitrators as well. Maybe we need to inculcate some kind of mass training program. I mean, everything requires training. So why not? There's one way to get the certified arbitrator, but maybe we can do it with the interaction of the courts as well. Because ultimately, the beneficiaries of this whole would be lessening the burden of cases on the court. And that would be a huge advantage. That would be a contribution from the industry. Third, somehow, legally, regulatory wise, stop gap arrangement hona chahiye for allowing this frivolous challenging of the arbitration award. आपको पता है, जो मैंने भी सारी बात की थी, you cannot challenge the award, but you go and challenge the arbitrator. Somehow we need to change the regulation, tweak it without hindering the right of a true aggrieved party, because 6 उसमें से ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने सही किया, जिनका डिसीजन अपहेल्ड हुआ. तो अगर मैं ये कह दूं कि बिल्कुल ही बंद कर दें, तो it would be wrong as well. Then it would give another window of disparity. So we need to find out something which can clog this false or frivolous challenging of the arbitral awards. And finally, वो चीज होने ही ना दे जिसकी वजह से कोर्ट में नहीं. Stop this delay. Implementation and regulating the arbitration process. Unfortunately, the only regulator for the arbitration processes are the courts. Why I say unfortunately? Because this is a burden on the court. In worldwide, there are institutes which actually regulate arbitration. So why everything on the courts? Because then they would be judging their own appointed arbitrator, as in case of Section 8 many a times. So these are the recommendations based on the studies. I'm not sure if I have time, but quickly, because I said Dr. Sanghi is there. What we have done, it was supposed to be presented by him. What we have done, because it's easier to say than doing. So what we have done over the years, Dr. Asad gave you a brief highlight. We do have dedicated programs, specifically the construction stream that we have in undergrad, which focus on not only this, but other implementation aspect, management aspect of the project. There, the students study other courses, construction contracts, legal and regulatory environment. They do perform their final year projects in this area as well. Similarly, the mainstream of civil engineering have the elective courses. But recently, as we did, not that recently, alhamdulillah, we have had 2 batches now graduated out of this program. We introduced Masters of Engineering, Construction Engineering Law. And I remember this all started when I and Dr. Lodi and my father was sitting on dining table. And I just, because of my habit to speak, I said, you should have this program. I said, who is stopping you? I think Dr. Lodi was at that time just new Vice Chancellor. Later, I realized what mistake I have done, but for good. So that started from there and worked day and night, not just myself. Dr. Asad was the chair at that time. Dr. Sanghi, we designed a program keeping in mind the requirements, what in Vice Chancellor's word, para-lawyers. I'm not sure if this is a term, but that is what, just like paramilitary, paramedics, we need to have para-lawyers. And we got it, started it, and we wanted to start it as a separate degree, and it was sent back to us by the HEC. Then it got delayed. Then we went back, design courses, and then we got it approved for M Engineering, Civil, Construction in Law. Many of our students are also here, and interestingly, many of us are at very senior positions. And this program is being run since 2020 in the Department of Civil Engineering. These are certain courses. The information are available. But just to show what kind of, and all of these have been offered, we have a compulsion of advocates and barristers teaching few courses in this program. And I'm very happy and humbly say that Justice Zulfikar, Honorable Judge, was the first person after the structure of the program whom we concerned with, and he reviewed this whole program for us and gave, for example, one specific recommendation, sir, I remember that you said, no, you have to teach intellectual property. And at that time, like any young guy, I didn't realize it. But then I said, because I had to change the scheme of studies, right? So it's not good to do that, more work. But then later I realized what a fantastic decision it was. Because I think the most important and most breached thing in our society is intellectual property. That is the main thing. If we, अगर हम अपनी intellectual property सही कर लें तो हमारे सब सही हो जाएगा. बस ये मैं अब लपेट दिए सारी चीजों में बात. मैं नहीं चाहता कि कोई और तरफ जाऊं मैं, लेकिन मसला ही इंटेलेक्चुअल ऑनेस्टी और इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी है. सो सर मैं on a lighter note, I want to be very safe on using the words in front of sitting judge. I know, but the problem is with intellectual property is the key to any business, any facet of life. And this course is taught by lawyers. We have in our faculty, and most of our faculty are professionals. We have 3-4 advocates teaching in our program who regularly teach fundamentals, intellectual property, tort cases, and then I myself teach a course or two. So we have had a very good experience. Just to show you what impact it has created, because हम लोग materialistic लोग हैं. A guy, just one example, a guy, the first batch when he graduated, they were 10, and we don't want to increase the quantity, we want to keep the quality to start with. There were 10 graduates in that program. There were 9 jobs in advertisements in newspaper from 3 or 4 different organizations aligning with our graduation, including the real estate organization, regulatory organization, और जिन्होंने specific उसमें लिखा था कि जी हमें मास्टर्स कंस्ट्रक्शन लॉ में चाहिए. दूसरा, in terms of salary, for example, the impact that is created. A guy who studied in this program was about getting 200,000, I guess. Just after graduating, got an offer of 345, which is not too much. I want them to get maybe 1 million per month. And then he got another offer of a package of 500,000, half a million. And somehow he didn't go for that. And I think he made a logical reason. But the point I'm saying इसके इस तरह से इनकी इधर ही इसी हॉल में बैठा है, वो नेम चले नहीं करते, एक another person who has been called in by Saudi government because of this background, and such is the case कि वो इतने नखरे उठा रहे हैं उनके कि जी आप 6 महीने बाद आ जाइएगा, आपको सेमेस्टर में जाने देंगे. और वो स्टूडेंट जो is very much experienced than me in one of the, he asked me कि सर ये अपॉर्चुनिटी लेनी चाहिए कि नहीं, मुझे पर मंथ I forgot कितने हजार रियाल मिल रहे हैं. तो पहले तो मेरा दिल चाह के मैं इससे कहूँ अच्छा ये जरा कांटेक्ट दे दे. दूसरे में, और मैंने कहा वो पेट्रोल ऑयल अलग मिलेगा, और मैंने कहा अच्छा फैमिली का क्या होगा, फैमिली भी कर रहे हैं स्कूल में. तो मैंने कहा भाई भी पूछ क्यों रहे हो. So what I'm trying to suggest is that if not, it has created a broader impact, and it's a success of this institution who took that risk to enter into this uncharted territory, because that is a challenging thing. Entering into lawyer's territory is not easy. And the reason is because they are specialists of their work, and we engineers are just 2 + 2 = 4, right? So other than Nasir. So with that, I'll thank you all. What we are going to do today towards the end is a fantastic thing. Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Mia Shiraz is here. He's also by profession a civil engineer. Nasir, who is not a barrister but a civil engineer. So we are entering into an agreement with Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Pakistan, representing CIRB International for these different aspects. And already this program is an implementation of the same thing. They are being here, and hopefully we would have a good long-term relationship. Other than that, our program is a listed program in Society of Construction Law International since its start. So these are all the accolades that this program has got, and hopefully, inshallah, it will keep growing. I'm not trying to compete with the other program because the equation is such, so I'm trying, and this is, as I said, success of this institution. Thank you very much. One thing I forgot to promise, this research is not just mine. Rahim Saab, his work is there. He's worked with me at this in Pfizer, who has already published it. Pfizer.
I would like to welcome the Vice Chancellor of NED University, Dr. Saroshash Madludi, who has joined the seminar now, and also the Chairman of IEP, Mr. Sohail Bashir. And I would like to request Mr. Sohail Bashir to come forward and please share your thoughts for the seminar with us. No, not right now. Okay. So if you're not doing that right now, let's go for an Asr prayer. We have a 10-minute break for Asr prayer in front of the Civil Engineering Department, the Chairman office, and we'll come back for the panel discussion.
जी पीछे कर देते, फिर आगे करना पड़ेगा बाद में जब चीफ जस्टिस आ जाएगा। बस सही। और 20 को 25 20 तक का टाइम था। हाँ, ये थोड़ी चलेंगी। सैफ कैमरा सेट करो जल्दी से। कर्व में उधर से भी रखो, सामने से, सामने भी ले लो ना। हाँ सामने भी ले लो। देखो मेरा ख्याल है मॉडरेटर की रखो उस तरफ। प्लास्टिक उतरवानी है? नहीं नहीं, मेरे आज इधर नहीं बेटा, इधर से रखो, इधर कोने में मुझे नजर नहीं आएगा। मैं बता रही हूँ, देखो दूर 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 रखो। वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम आगे करो, पहले तो इनको आगे ले आओ, सारी इधर ले, ये भी इधर ले, हो गए 4। ठीक है, अब कौन रह गया? मॉडरेटर है, वो खड़े होके करते हैं। तो इधर इधर करो, अब तो पहली कुर्सी उधर ही है, इधर इधर करो, सीधी करो बेटा, बस बस मुझे दे दो क्या। शिराज बोले नहीं नहीं, दूर 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 बहुत दूर है। अपनी शिराज को फाइल पढ़ाओ, पढ़ लियो। पहले बुला लो शिराज को और जमीन मशहूर, नहीं शिराज को नासिर को बुला लो, ऑलरेडी ठीक है। उसके बाद बुला लो, फाइनली को बुला लो, ठीक है। आगे मूवमेंट हो गई है, 20 मिनट में पहुंच जाएंगे। बुला लो, नमाज पढ़ के आ जाए, अभी जाओ। 10 मिनट का ब्रेक का है, क्या करूं? टाइम नहीं है। एक कुर्सी, 4 पैनलिस्ट है ना, एक टेढ़ी कुर्सी वहां रखो। अगर सुहेल बशीर साहब ने मना किया तो कौन मॉडरेटर? ये 4 तो सही है ना, एक टेढ़ी बच्चे को बोलते हैं वो आज बताओ हजरत, टेबल कैसे है? नहीं बिल अभी बीच में ना बैठा हुआ टेबल नहीं है, कैसे साइन होगा? तो एक छोटी वाली अभी ले आओ, अभी ले आओ टेबल, अभी कर लो, अभी ले आओ टेबल। यार ये तुम्हारे जो वॉलंटियर है एक एक कुर्सी को 4 दफा बनाना पड़े पौधों को। अभी ये जब आएंगे थोड़ा थोड़ा पीछे करो, वो इधर से एंटर हो, पीछे करो, चेयर्स को पीछे करो, पीछे लगा दिया, बहुत पीछे कर रहे थे ना, इतना मस्त है। इतना पीछे नहीं, 2.5 फुट, ठीक है। ये 4 हो गई ना, अब ये जो टेढ़ी वाली है ना, इसको इस तरफ करके उस तरफ हो, ठीक है। अब आप ये करेंगे अजीत साहब, मेरा ख्याल है छोटी टेबल जो कवर डालिए इधर, बड़ी वाली नहीं आ सकती। 4 पॉइंट से यार ये जो है ना, इसको थोड़ा सा आगे पीछे करना पड़ेगा, तो बैठेगी कैसे? सारा नहीं होता ये, लाइव जा रहा है इसमें, मैं फोटो खींच रहा हूं। टिकट बुलवा के यार, ये भी नहीं मंगवा के फ्रंट पे रखना, फ्रंट पे नहीं, अभी बड़ी है, वो बहुत बड़ी है। ले आओ, बहुत बड़ी ले, आपको पता है कोई स्टाफ है ना हमारे, वो है सिर्फ कर लो वलीद, अगर लोग आ जाएंगे तो सामने टेबल भेज रहा हूँ 4 ये भेज दो। ये पता है ना कि वो तो पता है ना, CIRB और चार्टर्ड, हाँ वही लिख दो। स्टेप कुछ है ना बात, जल्दी से बोलो कर। Hello, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down quickly because we are starting the next session. Okay, so it's time for our panel discussion. As panelist, I would like to invite Engineer Nasir Khan. Nasir Saab. Barrister Mia Shiraz Javed. Sir. Engineer Sohail Bashir Saab, Chairman IEP. Engineer Sohail Bashir has more than 40 years of professional experience in engineering, procurements, contract administrations, owners engineering services, techno-legal vetting of contracts, environmental impact assessment of projects, and successful implementation of HSE protocols on various projects for E&P industry. He graduated from the Civil Engineering Department of NED University in 1983. He has a master's in transportation engineering and a Bachelor's of Law from University of Karachi in 1992. He has another Master's in Hydraulic Engineering from IHE Delft, the Netherlands in 1994. Thank you for being here, sir. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Naveen Merchant. Ms. Naveen Merchant is an advocate of the Supreme Court of Pakistan with over 20 years of experience in the practice of law. She has also worked internationally for 7 years as an alternative dispute resolution expert at International Finance Corporation, member of the World Bank Group, and successfully undertook the task of establishing effective dispute resolution system in the Middle East and North Africa. Advocate Naveen is the chair of the ICC ADR Commission Pakistan. She is also leading the Institute of Business Administration Dispute Resolution Forum. She is a regular faculty and a trainer at Sindh Judicial Academy, trained several batches of judges and lawyers in ADR mediation, trained several participants as certified accredited mediators. She is also a member of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Advocate Naveen serves as an independent director on the board of Artsukha Pakistan Limited, Soneri Bank Limited, and Pakistan Excite. Thank you for being here. Sir, are you going to? Okay, so.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I welcome all the participants to this panel discussion. The main theme of this panel discussion is how can construction arbitration become a successful ADR mechanism in Pakistan. To start with, I feel that we have got a very learned participants here who can shed light on this particular issue, especially why construction arbitration is not that famous in Pakistan and why even after adopting the arbitration process, which is sometime binding as per the contract, and then they ultimately would like to go to the court of law. So to start with, I'll request ladies first. Naveen Merchant, please.
So can I request you to hear other panelists first, because I'll be talking against the arbitration. So, sorry.
Okay, issue is that you can still start with the opposition and then people have more comments. No problem. Let's hear the devil's advocate.
So I heard a lot of good things about arbitration, but more bad things about arbitration in construction disputes. And rightly so, because time and cost is very, very important, right? I haven't heard a word about mediation. So when we talk about alternate dispute resolution, there are other methods as well. Arbitration is, I would say, is just like a litigation. In fact, it adds one more layer to the litigation process. This is my observation. And it is lengthier and costlier than the litigation process. While talking about mediation, mediation is kind of too good to be true. It's too good to be true because it's the disputes are resolved in very short span of time. It's not that the cost is also very low, and the parties are very happy when the dispute is resolved, because the decision or outcome of that dispute is the parties' disputes. It's not an unpredictable judgment like of any court or arbitrator. In arbitration process or in litigation process, the judgments are unpredictable. One party is sad, one party wins, and the relationship is damaged for all times to come. Whereas in mediation, both the parties, when the mediation process is done, and it depends on the hours of it, it's not like it goes on for years and years. It's a one-day process. People start in the morning and finish in the afternoon or evening, depending upon the complexity of the dispute. But both the parties are happy after the process is completed because it's their decision. And I heard one of the comment or question, it was rather a statement saying that the disputes, a lot of disputes don't surface on the don't surface up. Just because people are scared of their reputation. Okay, contractor की या किसी की reputation अगर खराब हो जाती कि भाई ये लड़ने मारने वाला है, तो उसकी reputation के ऊपर एक दाग आ जाता है. In the mediation process, nothing like that happens because it's a very confidential process. कोई चीज भी बाहर नहीं कही जाती है. Not a single word goes out of the room of mediation. And everybody is bound by confidentiality. और जो खूबसूरत चीज है इसकी वो है कि relationship for all times to come is intact. In fact, during the mediation process, the parties start about talking further contracts or future contracts. Thank you.
I think continue. Do you have some good mediation having a success?
Yes, there are many. Now, if I give you the example of the United States, 98 to 99% cases go for mediation first. Even I think in UK also the same statistics you will find. And 70-75% get resolved then and there in hours, in a day. The scary thing about mediation process is that it's very quick. People are kind of scared to give up so easily. थोड़ी बहुत उनको भी अंदर बेचैनी होती रहती है ना कि किसी तरह से कोई रिवेंज ले. So that is actually pacified in the mediation process, and the results are very good. But having said that, I must say that I have been struggling since 2006 to introduce mediation here. When I joined the World Bank as a project manager for Middle East and North Africa, I started from Pakistan, and then I worked in Lebanon, Egypt, Morocco, and then Afghanistan, and my final year was Washington. But in Pakistan, mediation has not picked up. That is kind of a failure, you can say. But now we all are from CIR, and we are struggling and trying to get it popularized. I mean, I would request that in the contracts, in the construction contracts, please add a mediation clause. If you want, I can provide you the clauses of mediation. Please add a mediation clause before arbitration because it will save life of people. I'm telling you. क्योंकि construction के disputes में तो सारे लोग dispute में involve हो जाएंगे. So who will take care of the construction thing? 4-5 साल के लिए भी अगर आपका ये construction, if it's halted, it's not good for the project and it's not good for the people's life. Socially also, it's very damaging.
Thank you. Tariq sir. Tariq sir, please. Okay, we'll have a Q&A. I remember, I think 7-8 years back, Justice Saeed Uzama Siddiqui and Advocate Bilal Khwaja, and they started center here for ADR. Yeah, you were there. But yeah, must have been started. But they had a very good seminar at the Institute of Engineers, and that was sponsored by Bilal Khwaja, by company, and Justice Ahmed and Ahmed, and Justice Saeed Uzama Sahib said lot of good things about the ADR. Lot of good things about the ADR, about the bridging the gap between the client and the contractor, mediation and all those things. But somehow it's not picking up. That's the issue. Because I think something on the legislative side needs to be done. Then only people will opt for this thing.
Yes, and I would take advantage of Justice Zulfikar sitting here. I mean, I'm not criticizing, but yes, judiciary is laid back, actually, and they are not referring the cases. Now, in my introduction, they said that I have set up this IBA dispute resolution mechanism. Now, IBA is a very well-known university, and the judges, the court should have a trust in this university or institute. And the mediators, like mediators are also of very high class. They are internationally accredited mediators. We do the training as well. And I would request, can you please use your good officers? The most akin or the most favorable cases for mediation process is the So, like the cases like inheritance.
They are not walking out.
Banking.
We are just going to welcome the Chief Justice. He's just to arrive. So please, happy. Yeah. Please. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I was saying that, the cases involving inheritance, banking cases, contract cases, all these cases, I mean, I'm talking about different cases, IP cases, construction cases, all kinds of cases can be resolved, matrimonial cases. And this is a very beautiful and magical process, I must say. I have dealt with mediations myself. And when I see the process, although I'm the mediator here, I'm handling the mediation, but I actually, when I see this, I think that some magic is going on.
Thank you, Naveen. Yes, sir. What's your thoughts about this, the or ADR?
Well,
we are talking mostly of arbitration.
I believe there are 2-3 different angles we need to first explore before getting on to the answer to it. It's not just the arbitration which we are looking in construction industry. Although I'm mindful that arbitration is the only dispute resolution process which is available in the domestic construction industry. I have not seen the usage of dispute boards. I have not seen use of mediation in construction industry specifically. There is no such concept of dispute resolution advisor. The only thing which, and I think construction industry is the biggest user of arbitration in Pakistan, despite all the odds, which we all know. And it's not about judiciary. I believe the legislator is laid back. I've heard people saying that 1940 Act have got some good things attached to it. I strongly disagree with that. I believe we need to have, and why I disagree with the 1940 Act, because the Act by itself empowers the court to intervene and interject on at least 4 different phases of arbitration. So the problem is the courts in Pakistan, they are so overburdened that the moment you go to the court for a small application, which could have been settled by an arbitrator in like 7 days or 15 days, that application remains with the court for years and years, which is why we believe that the true spirit has been defeated. Instead of having time effective, I don't say cost effective, because arbitration is not cost effective at all. We used to pay in millions to arbitrators, but at the end of the day, what we are looking for is to have that dispute settled within a specific amount of time. But then the Act does not allow to get that arbitration being finished in that specific amount of time. And which is why Dr. Farooq rightfully pointed that we need to adopt UNCITRAL model law. So what UNCITRAL model law is, the United Nations, they developed a commission, and that commission have worked for more than 75 years with a focus group of maybe 50 countries who deliberated for years and years and years. And they came to the conclusion of developing a model law. A model law means that, and then it's not just Pakistan. This has been happening.
You have a pause. I take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Chief Justice of Sindh High Court, Justice Akeed Ahmed Sahab. Welcome to this seminar, and also welcome the other respected judges from the Sindh High Court. So we were just having a talk on the issue of how construction dispute or arbitration can be effective for successful implementation of ADR and all those mechanisms in Pakistan. We have our learned panel, Merchant, and from Mia Saab from CIRB, also Nasser from CIRB. So you continue what you were talking about.
We were like, I was actually criticizing the 1940 Act, and I was trying to pull up things and bring out the things that the world has moved on to the concept of model law. And the idea was it's not just the subcontinent of Pakistan. The whole world has moved from the approach of court intervention to court supervision for arbitration. I used to say that the dirty work which is to be done by the civil court can easily be done by an arbitrator. That dirty work, which means the collection of evidence, framing issues, and giving that discussion. But the act itself is not letting us move and take that shift, the modern shift of court intervention to court supervision. And I don't consider that this is the fault of the judiciary. It is the act. It is the responsibility of the legislator. They need to work on it. I remember when 2011 Act was passed, the Enforcement, Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Award, it was passed overnight. There was no deliberation which was given to it. That New York Convention was just adopted as it is without any reservations. But this is something so big, it's not just about construction, but we need to have some arbitration laws because they are directly connected and associated with our foreign direct investment. And then besides all this, because of this interventionist approach, we are unable to get the fruits out of arbitration, which most of the world, if you talk about China, they have got more than 500 arbitration centers for domestic arbitrations. But now in last 15 years, it's not just arbitration because the world has realized that arbitration is very expensive, and we now need to find other ways where we can resolve the dispute in more cost-effective manners. And one of the things is, if I give you the example of United Kingdom, they have introduced the concept of statutory adjudication, which means if a dispute will arise, by statute, the adjudicator has to settle the dispute within 28 days. And they are so strict about it that if the decision has been rendered on the 29th day, that is considered to be ineffective. The whole idea is to let that financial bloodline of the contractor keep going so that the project can be finished in time. And even now, as we speak today, when we talk about FIDIC 2017 suites, we have got now multi-tier dispute resolution clauses. And all of these multi-tiers, they push us, they require us to have an amicable settlement or a party-to-party negotiation in good faith at the first place. If it fails, then you go on to mediation. If that fails, then you go on to adjudication and then to arbitration. And I think we need to learn. We don't have to invent anything. All these global best practices are there, and we are way too late. This whole change in the global arena was happening in mid-90s. Even the Indian Arbitration Act was enacted in 1996. We have taken too long to understand that how we can lean those processes and those methods.
Thank you, Mr. Now I'll request Nasser to shed some light on the same parts, and if you have some different opinion, please feel free to share.
Brilliant. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the esteemed guests and every participant here today. We need to understand, why do we need ADR in the first place? Alternative dispute resolution. Why can't we just go to the court? Shiraz mentioned something very specifically. The courts are overburdened with case law. I think there is about 1.8 million civil cases pending in the courts of Pakistan. Even if we stop any new litigation, you need about 63 years with the current resources, judicial resources, that will solve those cases. But what will happen to everything that is happening now, tomorrow, and in the future? So we need to consider that. The problems in Pakistan are very similar to problems globally. Turkey recently had over 2.8 million cases pending in the courts, and they formed mediation and arbitration center. Not every dispute can go to mediation, and not every dispute should go to arbitration. There needs to be an understanding and the protocol that needs to be followed, what suffices where. There is no compulsion in mediation, because if the parties aren't willing, it's very difficult. I'll give you an example. Say Sohail Bhai is a company in Dubai and I'm a Pakistani company. We do business together, we have a change in scope, and we have payment issues. If I go to the court in Pakistan and get a decision against Sohail Bhai's company, which is based in Dubai, what am I going to do? The decision of a court is not valid in Dubai. But if it was an arbitral award, a decision by an arbitrator, I can take that award and enforce it in Dubai. That is a significant benefit of arbitration, because it is globally recognized, as Shiraz mentioned, under the New York Convention 1958. Now let's talk about, that was an international party issue. So say an international arbitration. Now we have domestic arbitration. Which appointing or court authority I'm going to? Where is the project? Where are the parties based? Where did the dispute occur? Am I going to the High Court Lahore? Am I going to the High Court of Sindh? Am I going to Pindi? Is it a case in Islamabad High Court? Or am I deciding the jurisdiction to be arbitration? Now, arbitration is contractual. You have to have an arbitral agreement. You can't just take a dispute to arbitration. If it is written in your contractual agreement that the sole or exclusive jurisdiction is arbitration, only then you can go to arbitration. If it says that the sole and exclusive jurisdiction is the court, then you have to go to the court. As Madam Naveen mentioned, you know, the world has moved into multi-tier dispute resolution process. And this is, Mushtaba, as I was mentioning, the answer that we will cover it here is, when a problem happens, the engineer, the contract administrators, they first try and resolve it themselves. Next step, they ask their senior managers. Next step, the CEOs, the managing directors have it over a dinner. Usually it's resolved over a cup of tea or dinner. Next step, you need to involve a mediator to give formal negotiated process. Didn't work. Next step, in the UK and other places, we have construction adjudication, which is very similar to mini arbitral process. Then you go into arbitration. What's after arbitration? You have very limited resources available to challenge an arbitral award. You can only challenge it on the basis of procedural error, breach of natural justice. You know, point of law is rarely challenged. But as Shiraz mentioned, if you want to do arbitration in Pakistan under the 1940 Act, it's like going to the court 4 times. First, there aren't specific arbitral institutions in Pakistan where you have a panel of arbitrators, except PEC, which you are a member of. So if you need an arbitrator, where do you go? You go to the court. Can I have an arbitrator, please? Because the parties can't agree to it. So that's your first stage. Second stage, a party will challenge the jurisdiction of the arbitrator or the arbitral agreement in the first place. And we have enormous amount of case law around it, which Google it or Bing it, whatever you prefer. I don't have any shares in Google, so that's why I mentioned it. The third step, interim award. Arbitrators have no power. So you have to go to the court to get the interim award implemented. Now you have received the award, whether the parties willingly or unwillingly have taken. Now the award has come, and now the award gets challenged because you have to get that award enforced. Now, a number of arbitrations happen mutually, because what you need to understand is, why did arbitration start in the first place? You might have heard maritime arbitration. You might have heard the Cotton Arbitration Center, which is based in London, because all over the world, textile industry, they don't go to the courts very often. They have their own procedure of arbitration, the textile industry, cotton industry arbitration, because somebody who is an expert in that area will do it. I'll give you an example. I was once dealing with an explosion on a wheat silo, silo grains. Sometimes with the dust, an explosion can happen. And then there was a specific grain arbitration industry, which I wasn't aware of because I was involved in it from a structural damages perspective. And then we had to go through the grain silo arbitration process to establish whether the grain had that element of dust or sawdust which caused the explosion. So arbitration is a specialist environment, a specialist field. If I have a dispute which is related to very specific hydraulic gas chambers, I will go to an arbitrator who is well versed and understanding of that situation. So if construction arbitration needs to flourish in Pakistan, we need more construction arbitrators. We need to educate more people to have the understanding of the process, the procedure, the delivery, and the efficacy, so their award is enforceable. If there are errors in the award, that's where the issues happen. You saw from the research that Farooq showed earlier, out of the 26 projects that they reviewed, all 19 were successful. The remaining 7 were unsuccessful because they had procedural errors. And this is what the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators is doing globally, with presence in over 180 countries and 43 branches, 42nd being in Pakistan, which we established 2 years ago under the stewardship of the then Honorable Chief Justice of Pakistan, to improve ADR education, not only in the givers of ADR, but also the receivers of ADR. It's the clients who need to understand, because those days are gone. I'll see you in court. I think the days are now, I'll see you in an arbitration tribunal or a mediation meeting, something like that. So on that, I think it's all about raising awareness, raising education at all levels, which will help the promotion of ADR in Pakistan.
Thank you, Nasir. I think in the interest of time, we had a very good discussion. Thank all the panelists. Probably taking advantage of the Chief Justice of and High Court and the learned judges, probably we need to go to the legislative part and look into the issues related to Arbitration Act 1940. There are a few things because of that loopholes. Even arbitration is not a final thing, and people again land up in the courts. And you have already heard that the number of cases in the civil courts are so many that this gets the least, maybe not that priority, and the project suffers, because as a project manager, I know that the main two things due to which the project suffers is the cost overrun and time overrun. If somehow we can have controls on cost overruns and time overruns, we can deliver the project in the least cost. Sometimes dispute comes out and people enter into dispute. The project, which was supposed to be finished in 1 billion, at that moment, initially, the claims may be 10 million or something out of a 1 billion project. At the end, it becomes 1 billion additional for that project. That's the story of the whole project, and we need to look into it. I thank all of you for your very good and encouraging participation, and I'd head over to you for further. Thank you.
Here 12.
I would like to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Akil Ahmed Abbasi, the Honorable Chief Justice of Sindh High Court, and also Mr. Justice Abdul Mubin Lakho, Honorable Justice of Sindh High Court. To formally welcome our honorable guest, I would like to invite Engineer Sohail Bashir, Chairman IEB, to present his welcome address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. I start in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Honorable Chief Justice of Sindh High Court, Justice Akil Ahmed Abbasi Saab, Honorable Justice Zulfikar, Honorable Justice Lakho Saab, Dr. Sarosh Ashmadodi, Vice Chancellor, NED University of Engineering and Technology, Mia Shiraz Javed, Chair, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Pakistan Branch, Engineer Nasser Khan, Chair, UK Construction Industry Council and Vice Chair, CIRB, Pakistan, Ms. Naveen Merchant, Senior Partner, Merchant Law Associates, Professor Dr. Asadur Rahman, Dean Faculty of Civil and Petroleum Engineering, Dr. Farooq Arif, focal person of this seminar, Engineer Farhad Adil, President, Institution of Engineers, Pakistan, distinguished guests, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's truly a pleasure and honor to welcome each and every one of you to the seminar on construction dispute avoidance and resolution, organized by the Institution of Engineers, Pakistan, Karachi Center, NED University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi, and Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Pakistan Branch. I extend my warm greetings to our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, participants, collaborators, and our co-organizers, the NED University and the Chartered Institute of Arbitrator, Pakistan Branch, on this occasion. This gathering makes a significant milestone in our ongoing commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration within the realm of engineering and construction. Today, we convene under the theme of Forewarned is Forearmed, a phrase that encapsulates the essence of our shared purpose to equip ourselves with the knowledge and strategies necessary to navigate the complex landscape of construction disputes. In our pursuit of excellence, it is paramount that we anticipate challenges before they arise and arm ourselves with the tools needed to address them effectively. Construction disputes, with their intricate legal and technical dimensions, demand a proactive and informed approach. This seminar provided a unique platform for us to delve into these complexities, learn from the experiences of experts, and collectively contribute to the advancement of dispute avoidance and resolution practices. The Institution of Engineers, Pakistan, in collaboration with the NED University and CIRB, underscores the interdisciplinary nature of our mission by bringing together professionals, academics, and experts from diverse backgrounds, not only from the legal side and engineering side and the administrative side. We aim to create a rich tapestry of insight that would not only benefit us individually, but also elevate the standards of the entire industry. Just taking the advantage of our learned Chief Justice Saab, I'll just give you a small briefing about the Institute of Engineering Pakistan, which was established on 7th of May 1948 at Ramna, Dhaka city, the then East Pakistan, founded by the Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah himself. The history of Institution of Engineers started in 1818, when a small group of young engineers met in a London coffee shop and founded the Institution of Engineers, the world's first professional engineering body. Carrying out that legacy, the Institute of Engineers India was established in 1920 in Madras, with Sir Thomas R.J. Ward being the founding president of IEI. IEI was incorporated by the Royal Charter in 1935. On 19 December 1930, the then Viceroy, Lord Irwin, laid the foundation of IEI building at 8 Gokhale Road, Calcutta. The organization moved in that building on 1st January 1932, and since then, their headquarters is still in the same premises. After the independence of Pakistan, immediately in August 47, Pakistan was 14th of August 1947, Pakistan was founded, and on 7th of May, within a year, this institution was formed. Presently, the IP headquarters is in Lahore, and we have centers in Karachi, Hyderabad, Sakkar, Multan, Faisalabad, Peshawar, Quetta, and Gilgit, and overseas centers in Riyadh, Jeddah, Tehran in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and United States of America. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to our chief guest and guest of honors and distinguished speakers who have generously shared their time and expertise to enlighten us today. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment to the advancement of knowledge and the betterment of the profession. To the participants, your active engagement and contributions are invaluable. I encourage you to seize this opportunity to exchange ideas, ask questions, and network with your peers. The success of today's seminar depends on the collective intelligence and enthusiasm present in the room. In the conclusion, let us approach the session ahead with an open mind, a collaborative spirit, and a commitment to continuous learning. May this seminar be a source of inspiration, a platform for fruitful discussion, and a catalyst for positive change in our respective endeavors. I thank you all for your patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request the Vice Chancellor of NED University, Dr. Saroj Hashmat Lodi, to share a few words with us.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chief Justice, Sindh High Court, Justice Aqil Abbasi, dear alumnus of NED Universities, NED University Justice Zulfiqar, Justice Lakho, dear friends and colleagues, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. It is always a pleasure to be part of an academic activity that takes place at NED University. And as the Vice Chancellor, it is my prime responsibility to provide good quality human resources to the country. And in this endeavor, I'm not alone. I'm thankful to all my colleagues, Dr. Asad, Dr. Sanyu is not here, Dr. Farooq Arif, and so many others who are contributing day in and out to provide the good quality human capital, which unfortunately is depleting in this country. And we are partly responsible for not only providing good quality human capital to this country, but to the rest of the world as well. We have so many success stories to share. And this particular event today is a result of our quest to look into the future, to see what human capital can we provide and what will be the future needs of the country. And as a result, I would say about 15 years ago, we started a program which is a specialization in construction engineering in civil engineering. That was the need of the hour. That is still the need of the hour. We have a very limited intake in construction engineering specialization, but these are the most sought after graduates on all the engineering programs. And as a result, I must thank two of my very good friends for bringing this idea to me. One is Sohail Bashir Saab, who mentioned that his son is trying to look for a degree in UK for his master's after completing his civil engineering from here in engineering law. So the idea came from him. I must not steal the credit from him. So, and then I requested Farooq to help me develop the program, but I was a little worried using the word law means I might need some permission from the Bar Council and other, because we have no intentions of producing lawyers. There are plenty of lawyers being produced in the country, and some of them are extremely good quality. So I have no intentions. However, looking at the way engineering is practiced in this country, unfortunately, construction techno-legal regime is very, very important. I can assure you that the Red Line BRT project, which has been delayed for so many months now, will undergo a litigation. I can bet on it. The way things are going, the things are not very helpful. This is a loan, this is a liability on all of us. Yet, because of one reason or the other, because of whoever is responsible, this project is going to go into a litigation. And that is going to be a long, drawn cycle, which is messier than a divorce, which everybody is going to pay the dividend, and not only us, but our future generations, I'm sure, will be paying off the loan only because of somebody has made a small mistake in developing those techno-legal documents. So as a result of being able to see in the future and feeling the professional responsibility, we started this master's program in construction engineering law. And I'm thankful to Justice Zulfikar for providing us the guidance and support. It was only through his guidance that we were able to get into to start the program. You know, there's only a 5,000 rupee fine in using a cell phone while I'm talking. And I mean it. And especially in the presence of Honorable Chief Justice, this can become a law. So it was on like this. Now, so the whole idea is to provide people who can handle things, whether it is through arbitration, through mediation, or through something else. Arbitration should not take place if we have agreed to a contract. And if both the parties understood the contract and the liabilities and the responsibilities they are required to fulfill, there is no point in arbitrating. There should not be any point in disagreement. But my experience of handling a few cases of arbitration, that they're all done in bad faith. The intention is not to resolve the issue. This intention is to halal some of the things which they have done. I was part of an arbitration, and halfway through the arbitration, I realized that one government agency and the other contractor have involved me in connivance to justify the overpayments that they want to have, so that I can impose penalties, through penalties that could be justified. And thank God some sense prevailed on me, and I pulled out of that arbitration. And this is what is happening in this country. So at the end of the day, it is the moral character of the society which can minimize these kind of disputes. We have to work on moral capacity of the professions. The country is paying a heavy dividend of moral corruption. I think the worst of the corruptions, which eats up everything, the values, the standards, the responsibility, is the moral corruption. Obviously, through this program, we can't do this, and neither is the forum. But I think the program that we started off, which now 2 batches have graduated and a few are in pipeline, I would like to seek help from our brother professionals in the profession of law, in the profession of arbitration, see if we can develop this into a regular profession. Obviously, one of the biggest stakeholders is Pakistan Engineering Council, which is the regulatory body. Unfortunately, they're not present today. I'm not saying that they were invited, but because of last-minute changes, they have to pull out. So they had all the intentions of being here and listen to these things. So, but we have to work in collaboration with the legislation, with the regulators, with the professionals, to come up with the ecosystem. It's not one law. It has to be an ecosystem of resolving the disputes. But in the interest of time, because Maghrib is only 10 minutes away, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Justice, the 2 Honorable Justice Lakho and Justice Zulfikar for being here, for giving us time. And I would really like to have this interaction as much as possible. I know they're overburdened. They have tremendous responsibilities on their shoulders, but we would love to learn from them. I would also like to thank the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, especially Mia Saab and Nasir Saab and Madam Merchant for their input. And thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Zulfikar Ahmed Khan, the Honorable Judge of Sindh High Court, to share his opinion with us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I must say I'm the most pleased person in this room. In 1982, when I was studying in the 4th semester and I already filed my 3 patents, I was the only one looking around and saying, how can we bring law to this building? And it's only probably 40 years here, and we have a full-fledged program teaching law and my beloved intellectual property. So thank you very much for taking a step in this direction. I had written a lot about it, but I think most of the panelists have already spoken to it. And let me start by formally welcoming my Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Akil Abbasi, the Chief Justice of the High Court of Sindh, Mr. Justice Mubin Lakho, Dr. Sarosh Lodhi, Vice Chancellor of the Indian Institute of Technology, esteemed speakers. We really enjoyed. I wanted to come earlier, but I didn't know the traffic was so bad. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today to explore a topic that lies at the intersection of precision and uncertainty, where the blueprint meets the unforeseen challenges of construction. The world of engineering is one of the marvels, but it is also a realm where disputes often arise, threatening the very foundation that the engineers intended to build to start with. In the grand tapestry of construction, disputes are the knots which, if left unaddressed, can unravel the entire fabric. That's what we have learned over the years. The intricacies involved in bringing a vision to life, from design to implementation, make this field susceptible to disagreements. Successful engineers recognize the inherent complexities and master the skills needed to navigate through such divergent roads. Much has been spoken about the arbitration and the 1940 Act, but I have taken being an engineer and being involved in a lot of dispute settlements, starting from Ghazi Barotha and many others. So let me give you a top view of what is happening in the society on account of the arbitration and the lack of our following the international covenants and the dangers posed by the 1940 Act. A lot has been said about the 1940 Act, and probably everyone in this room understands that it is outdated and everyone is looking how to change it. Let me tell you how to change it. There was a 1940 Trademark Act. This was my area of IP. I went to the government, I proposed an alternate draft, and there was an international commitment that all intellectual property laws have to be changed by a certain date. The president woke up in the middle of the night and signed my draft, which is the current law of trademark, with 32 typos in it, which I also happily own. So you make an effort. I haven't seen any draft arbitration act. I have not seen anything. So just come up. You make a lobby, you interest. I met all the ministers. I went to the UN level, the WIPO level, and you push forward a draft and convince. We have the roving seminars from Faisalabad, Sakkar, Islamabad to show that. But let's come back to this. To see how the country is damaged and in this crisis on account of lack of arbitration or the lack of expertise in arbitration. The Rhacotic dispute, which is probably one of the largest disputes, sent a hefty bill of over $11 billion to Pakistan. This was the largest ever penalty imposed by the World Bank International Center for Dispute Resolution and Economics. So we, Pakistan, led that one. As a matter of fact, when I see globally, Pakistan has lost nearly all major cases of international dispute settlement and arbitration. Be it be commercial or the criminal, it is shameful to admit the most well-spoken being the Kulbhushan Yadav. I think all of us watched very carefully every second that hearing was taking place in an International Court of Justice, and how did we perform? I'm pretty sure Mr. Qureshi, who was representing Pakistan case, I had the opportunity of working with him in London. He was not properly briefed or given a time to do that. There have been very few exceptions, like except in the Pro-Gas Energy case, which an individual sued the government of Pakistan, but that claim was rejected in the Court of Arbitration in London, and that too accrued substantial financial losses to Pakistan in terms of the legal fees paid by the government. Despite a recent rise in the number of international arbitration cases, Pakistan has been unable to develop its own specialized pool of experts in arbitration and contract law. The selection of arbitration counsels and law firms at home is solely based on the relationships, friendships, picks and choose at exorbitant cost. Once again, I give you that when there was a Basmati dispute and Indian had protected the Basmati trademark as one of their geographical indication, I, along with my UK partner, we went to the Ministry of Commerce, said we're going to fight this case at the WIPO or at the PCT or the level, and we're not going to charge anything to the government. It's going to be free from us. And my partner in UK was the biggest seed expert in IP of the seed. Our letters were not considered. Somebody went there, lost the case, and we have lost the at least IP to the to India for the basmati rice. Similarly happened in Taximity when a Texas firm patented the basmati rice as a patent. We went to the Ministry of Commerce. Here we are an expert, whatever, at least try to be one, and we are freely available. So nobody came to us, and somebody went there and messed up the. One of the most important cases, I'll tell you the significance, are the IPPs. Everyone today is paying for the bad agreements that we made at IPP. You know what is the IPP has created now in terms of bad debts or the revolving debts is 2.3 trillion, which is about 2% of our GDP, which is about our total tax collection. This is FBR's annual tax collection is what we owe into IPPs. I wouldn't say much. When I graduated, there was this advertisement that the government of Pakistan was looking for engineers and lawyers specializing in IPP and the power projects. I said, hey, here I am, a graduate from NAD, a lawyer and internationally known. So let's apply. My proposal was never considered. There's only one firm. If you come back and see, the 9 IPPs initially were represented by one firm. And I wouldn't name them, but you can find out. Similarly happened in Karke. We also lost and paid 1.5 billion to the foreign law firms. The London Court of Arbitration required Pakistan to pay 14 billion rupees and the markup thereon. So here we are. Karke and Rekodik are the classic examples of adopting such a route where countries' apex court actually had to intervene in these business disputes. But obviously, nobody in the international arena likes courts to get involved into the commercial disputes of this nature. We also lost with the Kashin-Ganga hydropower project as well as the Bagalaghar project with India. We have lost the water battle. I do not know what we are looking for our children's future. This brings to the fore the need for productive institutional input for preparation of contracts and business terms, along with the selection of proper arbitral forums and making proper preparatory mechanism in selecting law firms, arbitrators, having expertise and in specialized areas of law. One of the trouble is that on the top of it, there's no reward and punishment mechanism for the preparations and negotiation of the people who had negotiated these agreements. Who did IPP? We do not know. Everyone is paying for it through their nose today. You know, the electricity bill is the highest in the region. Who did it? We do not know. We even do not want to know, because in our entire efforts to review more taxation, just because we have to create this 2.3 trillion rupees just to pay up this revolving thing, and they're based on the capacity. You know, who did it? And they were paid in the dollars, by the way. So that's again. So there's no mechanism for that. Having been signed a dozen of bilateral investment treaties with other countries, in my view, the government has not been able to standardize the agreement, and heavy stakes are parked against Pakistan's interest as public functionaries usually fail to take care of willful delays by the investors selected, and such agreements are selected without a transparent bidding mechanism. CPAC is a good example. We even can't see the agreement. I don't know how many in this engineers and the contractors and students of law and engineering have seen the CPAC. No one has seen. What is their dispute settlement? On what terms the money is coming? Nobody knows. The latest trend of bypassing procurement rules to award contracts without bidding on the premise of saving time or bilateral agreements or foreign policy objectives often results in varying terms and authorities without devolving into the consequences of future liabilities. In the absence of transparency, such contracts become the subject of political controversies, which not only affect the country's image, but also distort the investment climate. and eventually hurt the bilateral relations between the countries, as we have seen what happened to China, Qatar, and all these examples. But is there a silver lining? I want you to know. Maybe yes. Once we were told about this 2011 agreement, let me tell you, on the enforcement and recognition of the awards, it was Mr. Mohammad Jafar. I think Ms. Merchant knows that, and I, being a part of the Ordignum, we've been working for 10 years because there was no agreement for the recognition of the foreign arbitral awards. It took us years and years from 1994 when we started working together, international forums, local forums, until the 2011 when we were able to force the government, for whatever reason, that again, as we said, it happened in the middle of the night, to enact the recognition and enforcement of arbitral awards 2011, which changed the 1937 Act after 75 years. Similarly, the Arbitration Act is the trade and commerce and there's a lot of questions as to the powers of the court in the Arbitration Act. Let me tell you how. Look in the year whenever you look into the law, whenever I look into the law, I travel back to the time. Go into 1994. See, there's a British Raj. Courts are run by mostly British judges. Arbitrators may not be foreigners. Arbitrators might be businessmen, trade societies. So the court had endless powers under the law, even to challenge the appointment of an arbitrator after passing an award. We're back to zero. So if you look, so similarly, when you look into the law, just travel to the time why this law was made. So I would not ask you to travel to the time and look into when the Police Act 1857 or 58 was enacted in this country. What was the need for the police to do in 1857? And that is still the Police Act we use today. So what was the role of police in that era? And so we still have the police is colonizing the common people. That's what the intention of the law. So if you see the problem with the policing, you know the law. So go and travel to the point in time. So this is the reason. This is what exactly we did in the trademark law. The reason that the commerce has changed, the methods of trade has changed. We proposed to the government the new law, Trademark Act 2001, is in place. So the Patent Act got changed in 2001. The Design Act completely got new. The Copyright Act was come. So whatever area of law I was in for the last 30 years, we have been pumping all the resources. So maybe the people who are interested in arbitration would probably go forward and suggest to the government all these changes. Once the international recognition, the Foreign Award Recognition and Enforcement Act came in 2011, we have seen some interesting judgments from the Honorable Supreme Court. One of the latest has been the Orient Power Company versus the Sui Northern Gas, which is 2021 SCMR judgment, and we had the Lahore High Court just passed another judgment in the year 2023. Only last week, it was very interesting to see one of our judges have passed a judgment relying on the enforcement of foreign arbitral award. Mr. Savannah had passed a very interesting judgment relying on that. I come back to the 1940 Act when I had actually written last night. The age-old Arbitration Act, which is still the sole statute regulating problem, has proven to be a trap. These are my words. I, in my professional life, haven't seen any significant arbitral award passed under the Act seeing the light of the day. 40 years in law and wherever. I have not seen. I mean, koi 10 rupees wala, koi 2 lakh wala, 4 lakh ka ho gaya, but anything of any significance, I still have in the court an award passed probably in 1972 by some of the best judges of the High Court, and there is an appointment of the panel of the arbitrator has been challenged, and these are the beacon of light. The judges, we actually read their judgments day and night. How could they make a mistake in the arbitral award, still waiting for enforcement? So I had made a little research and we find out that there were only 42 of the cases of arbitration are pending with us, and there are 10 suits pertaining to the enforcement of the Foreign Arbitral Award. While we would like more and more arbitration to take place, I think as my lord would not be able to, he was feeling a little unwell. We fully welcome it, as this merchant also suggests. It's basically the society's approach toward attending to the disputes. Society is not amicable to gently or socially resolve their disputes. We want to either go and threaten someone, take the law in our hands, because we know that courts can, as we said, in the next 63 years, if we have no litigation, we'll still be able to not pass the new orders. Then in those circumstances, it is used as a tool. The delay is in litigation. I tell my son, who just graduated from the law, in litigation, the whole issue is that who lives longer. That's all. So you take care of your health and make sure that you live longer than your opponent. That's the only way to circumvent the legal issues. Not in here, but all over the other places also. And with regard to the amendment in the CPC, as Ms. Merchant pointed out, it has to be court cannot force. If a matter comes to me, I cannot force the parties to go to arbitration. The councils, say we have come to the court for adjudication, theoretically, of the dispute, and you're throwing up to the arbitrators. Okay, because we've paid the court fee. So it's a volunteerism between the councils and between the parties that you will have to inculcate. So probably we can try. We just have given sanctions to 2 arbitration forums, which has been recognized by the High Court. One of them is IBA, and one of them was yesterday we had the session on that. Let me tell you about the construction. We have a lot of disputes that we handle day and night with the construction dispute. Let me tell you, unless it is a project pertaining to the government, the arbitration might work to an extent. The tendency that I have seen, at least to my bit, is that in this city, even in the city of Lahore and probably in Islamabad, the cost of land is multiplying faster than the cost of construction. So if I can delay a project, which only happens in some of the Clifton projects, is that you say, now the cost has become so high, we'll ask the persons who have booked the flat, you want to pay now 4 more crore rupees, or here's your 40 lakh rupees back. So what is happening is, through litigation or even through arbitration, we want to surpass that point in time line. And when those who have booked the apartments are not even ready to, if you ask someone who booked an apartment 30 years ago for 60 lakh rupees and ask him, pay me 5 crores, he said, I'm not going to pay. And he said, okay, you have your 40 lakh rupees and you have not paid this, so here are your 20 lakh rupees. And because my land now get a flat, or I can sell it for 7 crore, for 8 crore. So in our system, probably whatever the investment has happened is in the land. So all the industries are shutting down and people are coming to the land. So that's probably one of the reasons. Probably the construction disputes to that level are not going to be resolved, and courts give them that feasible environment to come and file a case or even challenge the arbitration. So these are some of my thoughts. I'm so glad that I'm here in my own campus after a long time. And I must congratulate Dr. Sarosh Lodi, that we have been in touch with over the years. So Sab from IEEE and my colleague from IEEE also, that we have brought the engineering graduates. I call this a marry the law. This is where you create the best way. The logical, and from the logical 2 plus 2 side, from the possibility that's 2 plus 2, or 2 and 2 can also be 22. So that brings you the law. The law gives you that wisdom. Mathematics does not teaches you. It actually puts you in a box that 2 and 2 can always be 4. So maybe more programs like this would help to create the panel of experts which have backing of the science subjects as well as the law to steer Pakistan's future needs in dispute settlement. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your valuable insight, sir. Now, I would humbly request the chief guest of the seminar, the Honorable Mr. Justice Akil Ahmed Abbasi, Honorable Chief Justice of Sindh High Court, to share a few words with us. Oh, okay.
Despite his illness, we are very thankful to you that you come here. His throat is not working, so he cannot talk. So I really appreciate, on behalf of the Institution of Engineers Pakistan, on behalf of the NED University of Engineering and Technology, and also on behalf of CRP, for your generous presence here. Yeah, now you can go. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the NED CIARB MOU signing. The MOU's mutual aspect includes teaching collaboration, research, or related cultural activity, mobility of faculty, scholars, and students between NED and CIARB, Pakistan, staff professional development programs, creation of educational material and resources through joint efforts, and any other activity as may be jointly agreed. To sign the MOU, I would like to invite from NED's side, Mr. Ghazanfar Hussain, the Registrar of NED University of Engineering and Technology, and from CIARB side, I would like to invite Barrister Engineer Mia Shiraz Javed, Pakistan Branch Chair of CIARB, and also the Vice Chancellor of NED University, and Chairman IEP, Engineer Sohail Bashir, and also Engineer Nasir Sahab. And I would also like to invite Mr. Farhat Adil. Dean, Civil and Petroleum Engineering, Dr. Asadar Rahman Khan.
Do I have to check? Maybe.
Thank you.
Now it's time for token of appreciation. I would like to request Vice Chancellor, NED University, Dr. Sarosh Hashmatluti, and Engineer Sohail Bashir, Chairman IEP, to come over and please present mementos. And I would also like to request Mr. Farad Adil and Dean Civil and Petroleum Engineering, Dr. Asad. Engineer Nasir Khan. Dr. Farooq Arif. Okay. Madam Naveen Merchant. Honorable Justice Abdul Mubin Lakho. Honorable Justice Zulfikar Ahmed Khan. Barrister Mia Shiraz Javed. And our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Akil Ahmed Abbasi, Chief Justice of Sindh High Court. I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the audience. Now it's time for tea and prayer. So the tea will be and prayer. So it would be served at the fountain area in front of the auditorium. Thank you, everyone.